it's a lyric song of talking about a girl longing for her beloved one. As I want to remember that their hearts as well. I see they are smiling and everything is good here. The HromadskeTV assures you that here, in this place, the atmosphere is very positive. We don't believe something would be happening here. The soldiers, the interior troops are standing here in line, but they are communicating, they are interacting with the activists, they are accepting cheese from them, and now the girl ran to buy or to bring some buns, some tasty things for them. And now we can come back to the studio. Stay with us, stay with HromadskeTV.
У нас в гостях Тетяна Монтян, відомий юрист, кандидат в депутати на 223-му окрузі, між іншим. І ми тут говоримо про те, що, наприклад, така точка зору пані Тетяни, що холод і погана негода самі просто поховають ці акції опозиції.
А головне – відсутність будь-яких реальних цілей, до яких варто прагнути.
Просто в тестовому режимі просто повіщать, да? Хорошо, хорошо.
На Майдані попри все.
Пізно пити боржом, коли нірки в трусах. Тому що, коли перший раз
Ні, так я можу переводити те, що вони говорять.
So
for them, those three could say, I will be a president, I will be a speaker, I will be a prime minister. We are committing ourselves for that. So a creation of a new government would be present. Any body, any institution which would be able to undertake the power in the country and risk to be jailed to be blamed for state assault, for the state complot if they will not succeed. But they didn't manage to do so. So they are cowards, and Ukraine is. Disdaining them. Official news on Facebook. The participants of the rally are taking weapons. They are distributing weapons, them like some holders for the shovels and some other wooden objects. And the militia, the Ukrainian police, warns about unlawfulness of such actions. You see, there is pressurizing from both sides. What is the goal of such tension, such pressurizing? The pressurizing itself, they try to say, boys, when you'll be closed, nobody will protect you. You'll be staying in the jail, in the temporary jail, and that trio will continue to publicize themselves, because those people who have been jailed, they are not guilty for anything. They have had to serve as an example for all the others. But you see, they didn't manage to intimidate all the others. And there was no... there's a statement by the Ministry of Interiors of Ukraine that he undertakes guilty of separate riot shoulders, and the responsibility should be taken from the side of politicians who are urging the people to undertake such actions. Obviously, if he doesn't want to retire, that is the only words he can say. Yes. Such threats are subject to criminal responsibility, criminal liability. The militiamen will be responsible upon Ukrainian legislation. We understand that the solution of this primary issue, when the people was beaten on Maidan, it will be recovery of public assurance. Obviously, he wants to throw a bone, and he believes that such a bone is necessary at this moment. Shall we use such a terminology, like a bone? I believe the retirement by Zakharchenko would be a good kind of a bone. But would it be for good? Would it be a good
Кого з ким?
fact when instead of Zakharchenko will come another
Сказав, що він завтра
guy of the
збереться з
same
Леонідом
sort.
Кравчуком,
The
Леонідом
president
Кучмою
says that
і
tomorrow
Кравчуком.
he will meet with Kravchuk, Kuchma, the ex-presidents, and Viktor Yushchenko, all the three presidents. They will talk, and that will be the beginning of the round table with opposition. Okay, talking about Kuchma, if you don't remember what happened with Kuchma, can you remember when 300 students were beaten? And that was much more cruel beating than that happened 1 week ago. Also, I want to remember about the members of the Ukrainian nationalist organization. I remember very well what happened there. I read about 100 volumes of the criminal case. So Kuchma is not a person to discuss the liquidation of civil unrest consequences. People have very bad memory because a lot of time passed and people do not learn, do not study history, do not take lessons. I'm now looking at a message, new message. No, I don't see nothing special. There are some contradictory news, but as you see, our correspondents, our people are going to different points, to different barricades in the center, in the government quarter. What's important? There is no sense in those barricades. They will not scare away nobody because there are no real requirements. Such funny requirements like retirement of the government in 48 hours would produce just smiles, nothing else. One of the channels broadcasts an assault. Let's see what kind of assault could happen now.
Були повідомлення, що нібито
There have been some
біля
messages,
З
some
американського номера прийшла ця
notices
та постійно йдуть якісь повідомлення про те, що ніби там в районі Бастіони власне,
that
є
in the area of Bastion Street there are some unrest.
Звичайно ж, не
Not Bastion, the Krepostny Street. No, there are our newsmen, our journalists, they say everything is quiet there. No. And now nothing could happen. If something happens, that will take place in the night or in the very early morning when all the unnecessary evidences will leave the place of event. Now it's not the due time for attack for assault. Okay, Mr. General, let's come back to the election which will take place in the precinct number 225. Obviously, that all the newsmen from Kiev and from the neighboring area will be present on that electoral precinct. Yesterday, we greeted here in our studio Mr. Levchenko, and he was winning at that election upon the preliminary calculation. What is the situation there now? Many people say that if no AA would be signed in Vilnius, that this election will be very dirty, but also in view of the events in Kiev, what is the interrelation between those events? What can I say to you? My meetings with the electors, with the voters, say on the contrary, the people are shocked about that Lenin's monument was abated, especially senior people, older people. I want to say that it's impossible to predict what mood will people, what mind will people have in 6 days at election day. The opposition is continuing to lose the opportunities to use the power of the people. The people is producing and demonstrating rage and hatred to the acting power. I don't know how this mood will change. Tatiana, maybe it is too preliminary question, but you're criticizing a lot the leaders of opposition. You say that they didn't use the energy of this protest, they are playing some tricky games, tricky plays. Okay.
Що там цікавого? Ну, багато.
Це якраз де там всі кріпосний провод.
Ні, це лютеранське, це банкова.
Тобто це Хрещатика вверх.
Чекайте, а кріпосний провод. Це аж під вниз.
Так, сейчас у меня микрофон теряется.
Ланцюгом. А що стосується Беркуту, то не Беркуту, там Б. Їх тут небагато. Тобто я може, ну, чоловік 200, не більше. Позаду ви бачите, просто стоять люди і з протигазами, я не знаю, хто це такі. От зараз такий кордон вишукався на вулиці Зорянській, то не доходячи до Банкової. З лівого боку стоять оці представники Майдану, з правого боку бачите. Беркут. Що тут відбувається, поки що невідомо, чому вони вишукували, теж невідомо. Будь ласка, у вас є якась інформація, це про секретаря Олега Тягнебока?
Ні, станом на цю годину немає жодної інформації. Знаємо лише,
As of now, there is no information.
що Олег Тягнебок, прорвавши сильні кордони
Some people has breakthrough the
Беркуту, йому вдалося
lines
зайти
of
всередину на
Berkut, right police,
територію.
and
Він зараз там, ми
they
чекаємо
are in
від
the
нього
territory.
оперативної
He's on the
інформації.
territory. We are waiting for
Ні,
prompt
нас не
information from
пропускають
him.
по жодних посвідченнях, ні по посвідченнях преси, ні по посвідченнях
no.
помічників народних депутатів.
They are letting pass only the people who have certificates of people's deputies, assistants. Now let us try to see what happens here.
Можуть преси це пускати? Ні. Преси теж не пускають.
Okay, they don't let us pass.
Вже видно, що там поза.
We can see that on the other side of the line there are some people. There are 4 people, 3 people remain.
Звідки не видно. Барикади. Там вже підійшов.
So we are hearing some delays of the broadcast. Okay, where from? Anna Bebinets is ready to be connected. We'll see what happens there.
З урядового кварталу, давайте подивимося.
From the government quarter, let's see what happens there.
Це громадське телебачення. Ми
This is
знаходимося
HromadskeTV.
на вулиці
We are
Луганській.
found on Luteranska Street.
Дуже багато
Peop-
людей, це підступи
A
до
lot of
вулиці
people gathered
Банкової.
here. It is in the vicinity of
Це люди,
Bankova
це
Street. You see,
тільки що ми бачили групу людей, може 10 людей з такими залізними
the
кулаками.
rally people arrived here, and few tens of people with iron batons came here with provocations. But the activists have been restrained not to approach those provocators, and they are now forming a line to prevent from provocations to happen. We shall show it from closer, in the close-up now.
Є Олег Тягнебок.
Олег Тягнебок.
Олег Тягнебок, власне, він і закликав всіх відступати назад.
He's urging everybody to retreat to prevent from provocations to take place.
Тут люди стали в таку живу огорожу, щоб
The people
провокатори не підходили
formed
до
like a
Олега.
living, a live fencing to prevent provocators to approach riot police.
Дві хвилини тому
Чому вони відтіснили? Вони
Why
стояли
they,
там, вони відтіснили людей сюди.
Technical says, why they
Стояли там.
push them aside? They have been here.
Виходить звідси
Somebody else says.
Там є, значить, так?
But therefore, there are people there.
Заходьте, заходьте, заходьте.
Please pass here. Pass. This is HromadskeTV. Let here pass.
Нашого колегу Мустафу.
Our colleague, we shouldn't forget about him.
Це в нас Тетяна, в нас така гарна редактор, який знає, де всі знаходяться. Вибачте. Дякую вам за те, що
Okay,
є. Оце громадське ТВ.
thank you for existing for HromadskeTV. Anna, can you say, have you been here at that moment? I came here just a few minutes before you arrived. I just saw that people arrived here and people started to collect, to get closer here. We met Mustafa Naem here. We are now there together. We are on the place of an important event now. That's why we gathered here together with Mustafa. People are standing away with the band, away with the gang.
Нічого такого надзвичайного на вулиці Лютеранській.
The fight happens nothing special in Luteranska Street.
Нічого немає, все більш-менш в нормі.
Everything
Тетяно,
is
у мене
good.
все-таки до вас запитання.
Tatiana, I have a
Ви
question for
критикуєте
you.
опозицію, водночас
Do you
ви
criticize
пропонуєте,
opposition
не
leaders
пропонуєте
without
їм якусь альтернативу?
suggesting
Чому це
people
цей
some
процес?
alternative decision? Those three, the trio, has nothing to be proposed because they are not a priori able to perform, to execute any recommendations, because there are three of them. They have to create some scheme, some algorithm, and distribute their activities, their powers, but they aren't able to do so. Just a second. Are we on air? Are we translated? Are we broadcasted?
Буянят? Зараз я вам на пальцях поясню, що відбувається.
I can explain you on fingers what happens now. It's very easy. Just wait a few. We have, for example, we have a resource here.
Ні, я зрозуміла, я просто намалюю.
I understand, but I will draw to show you.
Віршик знаєте, дитячий?
Do you know the
Многоноса,
children's poems? We have divided one
апельсин – це люди,
Orange.
які вийшли на вулицю. Троє нас,
We
ці троє, які кожен хоче цим
are
скористатися.
many,
А як
and the
його
orange is
поділити так,
one.
щоб всім тут щось залишилося? Вони
So
не вміють.
how can we divide
Тому що в країні діє
the fruits,
один
the resources
алгоритм поділу.
to satisfy everybody? They don't know how to do, because we have the only algorithm of action in Ukraine when the winner gets everything, and those are three of them. They don't know how to distribute, how to share this resource. It is all Ukrainian problem. We have an algorithm of sharing common resource. At least my trustee, my person in trust, also understood it today.
Так, ми є в ефірі? Ми здається в ефірі.
Are we
Так, все в порядку. У нас була інформація.
Розкладіть на
Are we on air? Yeah, we are on air.
Малюйте
Please, please tell us. Okay, do you know children's poems? When we have to share an orange, we are many, and the orange is only one. It can be compared with the situation now when the leaders of the oppositions that are more than one, they have somehow distribute the power generated by the people on the streets. But here a problem arises. I remember this problem from the very old times, that an institution can be overcome and can be won by another more powerful institution. We have this community, this institution headed by Yanukovych and his colleagues, who are raping this country for many years already. To win them, you have to create more serious, more powerful institution, which would be able to overthrow the ruling one. But we have just as three leaders of opposition who are not able from the very beginning to do so. We had an institution headed by Yulia Tymoshenko,
яка ледве
She
не
was
перемогла
creating
на
a
президентських
serious
виборах.
institution.
Якщо б перемогла Юлія Володимирівна, то в зоні сидів би Янукович та товариші. А оскільки у нас немає в країні інших алгоритмів, крім як переможеться прийняти все. Це людоїдський алгоритм, тому що навіть Дон Корлеоне казав, що переможений повинен мати можливість
the loser
must
have the opportunity to get their share and to get to the
Зараз ми
corner
маємо альтернативу у вигляді
regroup and
величезного
try again.
ресурсу людей
Now
і
we have
трьох,
this orange
які
as
не
a
вміють
huge
створювати інституції.
as a huge
Удар
resource,
інституції
and
створювати не
people
вміє. Ніхто ніколи не
cannot
бачив
create
ударця, який махав
resources.
би прапором
Udar
безоплатно.
party cannot
Ягнебок
create resources.
колись
You
мав
wouldn't see
більш-менш притомну
any member who would
інституцію
go
до того,
to
як
protest
почав торгувати
without
фафоніцином, до
being
того, як
paid.
стало відомо, що
Ягнебок,
Фаріон комуністка, до того,
before
коротше,
it
як
was
вони
well
почали
known that
торгувати
he
своїми
was
владно-розпорядчими
selling
повноваженнями, і
counterfeit
від них
drugs,
повідмовлялися купа юношей бледних з
before
обзорами
other
гарячими, які раніше на них працювали безплатно. Зараз цього немає, удар дуже сильно впав. Далі, що ми бачимо? Яценюка,
had some
який
resources, but now
допрацьовує на
his image
ресурсі
is very low. Now we see
Тимошенка.
Yatsenyuk,
Сам він
who has
створити
been
нічого не
working on
здатний. І ми
Timoshenko's
бачимо
resource,
їх
but he
всіх
cannot
трьох, які
create
мають між собою
anything
нерозв'язані
himself.
протиріччя.
And we can
Вони
see
не мають
that
ні
they do
схеми, ні
not
алгоритму,
have
ні механізму
resolved
поділити
any
це
of
як
their
апельсин, так, щоб один одного не
intentions, and
кинути,
they do
щоб
not have
кожному
this
щось
scheme how to
залишилося.
divide this
Якщо б
common
вони
resource, this
вміли
orange,
щось ділити,
without
можливо, у них би щось вийшло. Якщо б вони публічно домовилися
having
між собою, що
actually
в разі
and
перемоги
something.
злочинної
If
влади
they
один з нас
could
отримує це,
divide this
інший це,
resource,
третій
well,
це.
it would
Вони
be
це
good if they said
розписали
that one of us
публічно
gets
для
this,
всього
the another gets
суспільства,
that,
суспільство
the third one
знало,
gets
заради
that,
чого вони
and if they
стоять
would
на
disclose it
Майдані
all
і туди
publicly,
виходять, і
so
тоді б
that
це
all
було б не
the
просто
society would
протест
know
ненависті
what
до
are they
діючої
doing,
влади, а люди бачили
what's the
якусь
scheme.
конструктивну
It would be
ціль
not
перед
simply
собою.
the
Ці троє ні на що
hatred
подібне
towards
не
the
здатні.
government,
Я
but
вже сказала,
it
що
would
це
be something
загальна
constructive.
українська
Now
проблема.
these
У
three
нас
cannot
немає
do
ані в
anything.
законодавстві, ані
I
в правовій
said that this is a
традиції,
global problem because
ніяких
all this does
взагалі
not resolve
механізмів
any
поділити спільний
mechanisms,
ресурс так, щоб ніхто не залишився
any
кинутим,
mechanism
щоб люди довіряли один одному і
to
могли
get
укласти між собою угоду. Ці
a
троє так
mechanism
само не
which
можуть
would
поділити цей
create
ресурс,
trust between
як у
these
нас
people,
звичайні люди не
because
можуть поділити
these people
свої,
cannot
наприклад,
share
спадщини
their
чи ще там
resource.
щось подібне. Все елементарно і
cannot divide the
починається
resource
з
because they don't
базового
have the
рівня.
mechanism. So it all starts from foundations.
Я
So what
їм
do you suggest? What is your
вже
suggestion? What do
пізно
they have
щось
to do?
пропонувати.
Now it's too late to suggest anything. The
Треба
society
тиждень
needs
Да, вони повинні були
get
б
to the
сказати,
foundations.
ні,
Society
вони
needs to
повинні
tell
були
them.
просто сказати, що ми між
Needs to tell them
собою домовилися, що
you get
коли
the
ми повалимо
agreement.
злочинну владу,
You
то
need to
весь
get the
наявний
agreement
в країні
between yourself. You need
владно-розпорядчий
to
ресурс
find the
ми
agreement
поділимо
and
між
consensus
собою в такій
first.
пропорції. Ми публічно це заявляємо, ми виконаємо цю домовленість. Люди, повірте нам, ідіть за нами.
But they do not
Все. А скільки
conclude
вони
any
не
agreements
здатні
between
домовитись між
the three
собою,
of them
навіть не
and do not
знають, що про це
disclose them
треба
publicly.
домовлятись, у них нічого не вийшло. Я знала, що у них нічого не
And-
вийде, тому що я знаю цих людей, знаю їх можливості. Я відразу сказала, що ну нічого вони не зроблять. Це не ті люди,
Unfortunately,
які
they
здатні
cannot
створювати
do
якісь
anything.
інституції. А
People
тим
who,
більше
even
вони
though
не
they
здатні
are the
створити
people who
інституцію,
can
яка здатна
create some
перемогти таку
institutions.
серйозну і міцну злочинну організацію, як злочинна організація Януковича та товаришів.
Вибачте, ми можемо включити її звуком це відео,
Okay,
яке ми зараз
now please put this video which we have been showing. There's nothing interesting there as well. Well, I understand that there are many people there.
Ховайтеся, ховайтеся, хлопці, ховайтеся, добре. Ховайтеся.
Well, at least people started understanding.
Та я не провокую, але що ви робите?
Well, they all agree
Та ні,
because they're
ховайте.
adequate.
Як соромно, не стій, а не соромно, то не ховайте.
They don't have any doubt. Polozhinsky is the most adequate of all the people there. I talked to him and he understands it all. But they do not know how to explain it to wide masses of people who really are euphoric that there are so many of them, and they do not understand that even if there are so many of you, you need to transform Yes. They need to know how to work with the resource. Because just shouting and protesting is not the mechanism how to use the resource and how to channel this resource of people's anger. Sure, the institution needs to be built from scratch, and they do not have any of these institutions. That is why we need to do everything from scratch. It is built from below. It should be built from the foundation. It can't otherwise. And then an institution can be built only from below, from scratch. Politicians have tried to just get this resource Студия есть, но просто они там только скандируют, там с улицы не пока скандируют, можно так ничего не пропала студия сейчас. Пытается отключить студию, потому что сейчас транслируют. Не понял, даже если там не окей, комментировать. Now you see the picture broadcasted from the Institutska Street in the corner of Institutska Street and Kripusny side lane. Направо монитору. Я понял. Я понял. You can see the broadcast of Igor Petrovsky from the corner of Institutska Street and Kripusny Provolk. You can see the broadcast from the corner of Institutska Street and Kripusny side lane. You're watching live broadcast from the corner of Institutska Street and Крепостный провулок in Kiev.
Для мами знімається.
Для громадського телебачення.
Для кого?
Для громадського телебачення.
This is for HromadskeTV.
Так от, коли я перше
Скажіть.
побачив, я бачив, що воно на самом деле саме простое. Чого
Не знімайте.
Don't film us.
Трошки пізніше.
Нет, это не пожалуйста. А можно сказать, что это не пожалуйста? А второй тогда у вас как? Я гражданин Украины. Почему я не могу пройти? Стал орать? Или когда я подошел, видел один. Я провокатор один сказал, а второй поймал.
You're watching the broadcast from the corner of Institutska Street and Крепостный провулок.
Як звати? Віталій Мороз, голова
намагалися відкрити намагалися ввести переглянути на метове містечко. Почесні працівники міліції, вони діяли дуже коректно і стримано. Вони пропускали всередину народних депутатів, представників засобів масової інформації і не перешкоджали нам відбувати штурм тітушки. Люди, які стоять там у почеплення, наші люди.
The situations they are appealing against police brutality. They are talking about the previous events on and now recently they tried to do the same thing on the corner of Grushevsky and Krepostny Провулок, but once again we managed to fight back. But the members of parliament who are here assisted us, and provocateurs did not manage to fight back. So, because they tried, they said that we should beat policemen. But this was just a provocation. It was a provocation. They wanted to trick us into this so that later they could apply violence and apply force. But we are not preventing police in any way. We do not have any intent to obstruct them, but we are entitled to stay here because we are members of parliament and these people are our supporters and they can come to us anywhere at any time. So this is an official meeting of members of parliament and their voters. So nobody has the right to obstruct this. We are entitled for this. So, and remember that any damage of property is brings criminal responsibility. So, let's not follow those provocateurs and be aware and careful. The crowd is shouting, police is together with the people. They are appeal police to stay with the people. You're watching live broadcast from Institutska Street and Kriposny side lane.
Да, но единственное, что они мешают, но сейчас стало чуть-чуть лучше, особенно когда, ну, то есть, это вопрос просто по уровням. Если в трансляции уровень идет нормальный, то слышно нормально, но иногда, если там вот сейчас какие-то разговоры, ну, там сейчас пока ничего серьезного, тогда иногда просто студия мешает, потому что они продолжают что-то обсуждать.
Вопрос еще в том, что похоже, что микрофон снимает то, что есть у тебя в наушнике. То есть наушники достаточно громко, хотя они закрыты, вот эта часть, но почему-то он ловит. Ты можешь работать здесь на минимальной громкости?
Она уже почти минимальная, я понял, вот сейчас подожди. Вот просто уже тут, понимаешь, он уже в начальной стадии чувствительности. Да. Если уже сделать его буквально на 2 градуса меньше, то...
Вот это еще есть херня, это крутилка, я не могу понять чувствительность чего это.
Это чувствительность микрофонного входа.
Нет, это у нас, здесь у нас отсюда выходит студия, сюда заходит мастер со студии.
Нет,
здесь можно сделать меньше.
Здесь же есть микрофонный вход, это чувствительность вот этого входа.
А, погоди, у нас тупо валит этот микрофон, что ли? Нет, Маша. Нет, ты бы вот слышал?
Нет.
Подожди, а звук отсюда вообще идет? Нет же, не идет.
Подожди, студия.
Стоп, наушники сюда.
Ой, а можно у меня трансляцию из ушей брать? Потому что уже студия пошла, у меня трансляция в ушах осталась. Так вообще тихо. Я сейчас продолжаю слышать трансляцию в ушах, я не слышу студию в ушах.
So now you can get to your YouTube channel, and actually it's better to look at our broadcast there, because from time to time there is suspicion of the hackers attack, and there may be a DDoS attack on our website. So you can watch our broadcast live on YouTube, and there's already quite a lot of people watching our broadcast in English, because now everything which is happening here on the air is being broadcasted. And now also it is informed that the meeting of the presidents Yanukovych, Yushchenko, Kravchuk and Kuchma would be broadcasted live, but the time of this meeting would be informed later. It would be broadcasted by one of the national channels, and President Yanukovych already has supported the initiative of the ex-president Kravchuk to organize a round table which would discuss the situation which is happening in the country. And Yanukovych will have to set somebody for punishment, whose hands he will give for punishment? Azarov or Zakharchenko? I do not know. It depends on their own, on their inside. Oh, we have Andrei Grishin broadcasting. Where is this? I am next to Sanahan store. This is in between Европейska Square and the building of Cabinet of Ministers. And here we have a chain of policemen, and it's about 150 policemen here. And higher, there are next to the building of the Cabinet of Ministers, there is another chain of policemen. Yesterday there was a barricade there, now it's another line of policemen. And I do not see what is happening there, I can't see behind the guys, but judging from the sounds, it sounds like they dismantle all the barricades which are there. And about 15 minutes ago, there were more people, and now there are priests here, and priests try to persuade policemen. I want to say that over there are 5 or 7 buses, and there is another line of policemen. So there are 3 lines of policemen, one down here, one in the middle, and one up there. I will try to talk, I will try to find out what are the plans. You see that there are some priests, there are several priests here. They try to talk to them from time to time. Hello. So сейчас я не слышу, что идет в трансляции, потому что в студии у меня в ушах получается громче, чем то, что чувак говорит. It is not the problem that they are here. I'm afraid of God myself, and because I'm afraid of the God's punishment. And you can't see anything from here. And now they are just dismantling the barricade over there. So, when the group was coming, they said, don't be caught on with provocations, but here there are no provocations. Hello, this is HromadskeTV, Community TV. So you're here now. Why are you here? Well, maybe... so I was speaking honestly, and honesty it's emotional, it's not aggressive. I came here, like last week, I came from Poland. There, with other Ukrainians in Poland, we're organizing a photo exhibition dedicated to the victims of Holodomor, of the famine. You see that it's white, and my hat is colored in white and red. This just shows the solidarity of Polish people and Ukrainians. And I was in Poland organizing this photo exhibition dedicated to the victims of Holodomor, of the Great Famine of the 30s. And now I came home. Because basically my home is in the Carpathians. And I've been politically active since the Soviet time. So I'm here because they said that they dismantled barricades. But now we're here in order to explain to all the Ukrainians, these Ukrainian policemen who are here, so that nobody would be, for example, saying that, oh, my dad was kidnapped by policemen or was beaten by policemen. I don't want it all. That is why I am here. I'm explaining to these policemen so that they shouldn't be violent. And also my visa expired, and I have to wait whether this association agreement would be signed or not signed. But if they would sign it, the EU would probably see that we all are Ukrainians, that we are not animals. My name is Bogdan. I am Bogdan Viktyuk. Bogdan Mikhailovich was born in 1996 on the 17th of May. I'll be 48 years. Everybody knows all this information about me, but I know that in the police also there are officers who have the dignity, and here there are officers who are dignified, and they had because they are veterans of the Afghan war. And our president is not respecting anyone or anything. Now we couldn't. Now the live broadcast was stopped. So now what is there? I don't know what we have there, because I just tell you there's nothing interesting happening. Nothing interesting until night comes. Maybe something interesting happens at night. What's the logic there? There is no logic at all. Listen, there's no logic at all, because in the government they are really as retarded and stupid as in the opposition. There is some broadcast. And we see here next to Kripostny Lane, and here I am located in between the two lines. You can see that on one side there are policemen. They came here about 40 minutes ago. In the park over there you can see that there is support. Those are special assault teams. And here, oh, sorry, it's snowing so much. And here on the left there are protesters, not so many of them. There are two lines, in total about 100 people here. And they are probably afraid that they were surrounded so quickly by the police, and they're afraid that police would start assault. There is also some member of parliament. We can check who is there, but first we'll ask these policemen. Hello. Hello. What was your order? Why are you here? Do you want to cleanse this place from protesters? Sorry, I don't see what is your title, because the snow is on your shoulders. Hello, we were told that you're the boss here. I'm sorry, I can't see your rank because there's snow on your shoulders. So you're the boss here? No, I'm not the boss. But why are the policemen here? They are just here for protecting public security. Have you isolated people, or you want to take them out of here?
We have a quiet action. We are peaceful people. We are protecting our interests in a peaceful way. You will never raise your hand against your relatives, against your parents, mothers, daughters. You being a woman, aren't you afraid to stay here? Eventually an assault might start. I'm not afraid of anything. The people here have their families. They know what they are struggling for. They... nobody will have mercy of them, so they are not afraid. Thank you. So you can see how the protesters are... in which mood are they? There are not so many of them, but anyway... I say that people are scared. They fear eventual assault. But what will happen? Nothing will happen. That the people say. It should be noted that here, in few hundred meters, there are protesters from the pro-authority meeting, from the Party of Regions. Have you communicated with them yesterday? Yes, we had. We do communicate regularly. We dispute with them. Just a second. Yesterday, guys have come out and we asked them, what for are you standing there? What for are you struggling there? And they answered, they pay us. They pay us 200 hryvnias per day or 250 hryvnias per day. Where from have you those data? I know some people which informed me that I'm prepare and present for all the pensioners. And what is the most important? Thank you. It's clear. Thank you. We shall try to show you once more what is happening here. You see the people are in front of the policemen. There are two lines. One line of the policemen, of the right police, and one line of the people. And HromadskeTV is passing right in between those two lines. And further on, there are special forces, troopers. There are many of them there. And on top of that, they are wearing masks. You see how densely. We have the studio here. We observe the translation by the broadcasting by Dmitro Gnap. I have a last question now. Anyway, what could be done now? Nothing. What should these people on the square do? They should return to their homes and prepare to the next elections. That's all. Maybe something could happen early, because in our country something happens every day, yes. But it happened already, yes, it happened, but it didn't find somebody able to do something real. They haven't been ready to do so. We have to wait for another good opportunity, because everything can happen in our country. If now we have such a fronda appeared, it will not disappear. Riot can be appeased, the people can hide, but we see the real confrontation between the Yanukovych surrounding and the family oligarch. And we see these controversies in the country when everybody is now cheated and nobody knows what will be the next event which will trigger next protest. So we have to sit down and to agree, not to convince Klitschko or Yanukovych, because there would be some commerce appearing and it could lead to nothing or to something threatful, to something dangerous. And now the situation has been exhausted. It can now lead only in the direction guided by Mr. Azarov. We have no real confrontation. We have to recognize it. It will not be a weakness, it will be a wisdom, but not everybody can understand it. Somebody is able to recognize it right now, here and now, meaning me, and some others want to still run around the squares. Obviously, my words are very cruel, but it is a truth. Somebody can dispute me, challenge me, show some real plan. Unfortunately, there is no real plan. It is a truth. It is whatever said it would be. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. See you again. We have another lawyer coming after a lawyer. Yes, yes, please. I would like to know. I just came from the rally, from the event. What the opposition says, that the woman should hide, should redress it. No, I urge all my girlfriends, all women I know, to go to the revolution, because policemen are our husbands, our relatives, etc. They could beat people once, but thereafter they could not beat everybody all the times. The militia will not always obey the orders. I believe the situation is developing. I am not agreeing with your previous speaker, with your previous guest, because she believes the situation is already exhausted. But I believe that the situation is developing. Yesterday's events proved to that. I'm not a politician. I'm a person working in some place, but I'm interested in what happens in our state. Have you seen how many people have been to the square, to Maidan yesterday? I don't know who invented the threat of bombing, of a bomb hidden in the metro. Everybody understands that if you lock down metro stations, you'll prevent people, crowds of people, to pass to the square. I passed through the Metropolitan a few times, and I understood that there is a critical limit. Now these stations are closed and everybody passes. There is no panic. Even no unsatisfaction is observed in the underground trains. Everybody understands that the revolution has to take place. We might suffer, we might pass few locked down stations and then switch to another line to arrive to the destination. So there is no fear. The situation is developing. What happened in the beginning will never be repeated. Nobody will come in the night to beat people sleeping in the tents. So it was a correct urge not to protect with own lives something that is not worth to be protected. People remain in the square. Let's wait upon the next weekend. Okay, Maidan is a Ukrainian tradition which started from the revolution on Granny Stone. As soon as we have some unrest, immediately a tent city appears and the revolution starts on the Maidan. It is maintained. In many other countries, the protesting actions are just a single event when people gather and dissipate, gather and dissipate. Yes, all the nations, all the people are different, and in Ukraine, the people is now more courageous, more resolute than the leaders. In our country, revolutions are happening for 2 or 3 months, one or 2 months. And during winter time, it is just a coincidence for the winter times, but sometimes it happens that we can withstand the cold times. We can withstand the time which is needed to arrive to a certain result. Okay, listen. Just now, Ms. Mintan says that the people on the Maidan, on the square, have no real goal. There is some goal. which
Для
is
мене це справді питання
pursued by
для
the
вас, для людини,
rulers.
яка тільки що повернулася звідти.
But now
Є
I want to
мета
ask you a
заради
question.
якої
You
люди
just
стоять
came from
на
there,
Майдані?
from Maidan.
Чи це
Do
відбувається?
those people have a goal? Yes, they do. They don't like the power, the authorities. I'm telling everybody whom I meet that
вийдуть з владного кабінету ті, що сьогодні.
those who are now in power will leave the power, other people will come. Maybe they will not be better, but they will know that they invested in the election not money, they invested in people's trust. And Maidan will overthrow them. They invested, as of today, the president's chair was bought for huge investment. But tomorrow this president can be thrown out of his chair by the people. So they will learn, they will understand that there is people in Ukraine, and these people can be no more neglected. As I understand,
хто ж сьогодні навіть не пішов, як Пашинський.
There's an opinion, the same opinion appears in between many politicians. I apologize. Maskal Urina, conflictologist from Crimea, is waiting its turn to speak with us. Good afternoon, Irina. Can you hear to us?
Пані Ірино, чуєте нас?
Miss Irina, can you hear?
Чую.
Так,
Yes,
добрий
yes, I
вечір.
can. Good
Добрий вечір.
evening.
Зараз, власне, не знаю, те, що відбувається в Києві, напевно, гарний матеріал для вашої наукової роботи, дослідження. Наскільки це все вписується в якісь рамки, до яких ви, як науковий конфліктолог, звикли бачити?
Я хочу сказати, що як конфліктолог, як психолог, як антропологічних наук, перш за все, я спостерігаю за тим, що відбувається вже третій тиждень, і переписую всі ті лекції, які я з цього приводу раніше викладала.
I see the repetition of some situation which happened earlier.
Ця дуже просто в дуже доброму сенсі шокуюча самоорганізація людей, яка відбувається у останні
the situation which happens recently in the last few weeks, it's very different from the previous situations, and it is difference in that.
Ще, що я хочу додати, я ще сама на Майдані не була тут в Києві, я була в Сімферополі, звідки я є. Дуже вражає те, наскільки більшість тих, хто там знаходиться, залишаються один до одного добрими. Це теж те, що тримається вже 3 тижні, це те, що є, напевно, дуже новим.
Weeks, it is a new trend, it's a new occurrence for the researchers. It's very pleasant to see.
Скажіть, будь ласка,
Can you tell us
які взагалі настрої? Я так розумію, ви з Криму включаєтеся.
You are from Crimea now, Junior. No, right now I am in Kyiv, but I am originating from Crimea. I do live and I do work in Crimea. So you maintain a connection with Crimea. What is the reaction of Crimean people you know there on the events in Kyiv? I want to answer you in this way. There have been Maidans, there have been rallies in Crimea as well. They have been every day, but unfortunately on the south and on the east of Ukraine that's not very large group of people, because unfortunately the TV shows those really like ethno-nationalistic phenomena, although it's not true. And I would like to urge everybody on the Maidan, please, let's do so not to repel other people who want to stay against violence applied to any kind of citizens and against corruption. As a matter of fact, unfortunately, there is some nationalistic trend which is
зокрема,
not in
вчорашнє
good
повалення
for
пам'ятника
Russian.
Леніну, напевно, це було неоднозначно Росією.
Namely, yesterday's abatement of Lenin's monument wasn't assessed evenly, uniformly by everybody. I'm not talking about Lenin's monument abatement. I want to say that the slogans like "Praised be Ukraine" or "Praised be nation" is not what can unify people in the south and in the east of Ukraine. Okay, can European values be a unification factor? Yes, because more people from the very beginning came to the manifestations to the rally to support European values. Exactly. On the 1st of December, many people came to protest against violence because nobody would like, independently from ideological positions or ethnical belongings, that's
Дуже
violence.
дякую, пані Ірино. Я
Thank you
нагадаю,
very
що у нас
much,
на
Miss
скайп-зв'язку
Irina.
була пані
I
Ірина
want to
Бронова-Колісецька,
remind you
конфліктолог,
that
кандидат
Mr.
історичних
Irina
наук, яка нам
Bronova-Kolesecka,
поділилася своїми думками.
conflictologist and
Зокрема, і про те, що як сприймається Майдан в Криму.
psychologist, shares their opinions on how Maidan is perceived in Crimea because she lives in Crimea. And now we're coming back to the discussion here in the studio. Yes, today I talked over the phone with a militiaman who's working not in Kyiv, and he asked what are happening there. I say Lenin's monument was abated. It was not correct. It was not made correctly, he said. It is people's belonging. He should be correctly removed, not abated. That monument could be sold, and some chocolates for the children could be bought for that money.
Так, і він був явно зранку, все було в порядку.
Насправді вже сьогодні з'являється на аукціонах, інтернет-аукціонах частини фрагменти цього пам'ятника. Я казала, що, здається, за руку пропонують 1000 гривень.
Pieces of that monument are appearing. 1,000 hryvnia is proposed for a hand of Lenin's monument.
Це, звичайно, жарти жартами, але,
Obviously, those are
дуже
jokes,
важливо,
but I believe that
опозиція
it's very
зрозуміла, що вона
important
не
for
має
the opposition to
права
understand that they have no right
допустити
to
так, щоб люди пішли з Майдану без перемоги. Щоб перемога була, треба реалістично поставити
let
вимоги.
people go from
Звичайно,
the
якщо ми
Maidan
будемо
without having a
вимагати
victory, but
відставки
to have a victory we
Януковича вже
have
тепер,
to
то шансів на те, що люди підуть з перемогою з
set
Майдану,
up
зовсім
realistic
небагато.
requirements. If we will require Yanukovych to retire, it's not what really could happen. But can you understand that's exactly what people want? They mandated opposition's leaders for
Ми
that.
знаємо цю логіку, звичайно, це
And they
революція
will be not
68-го
happy and
року в
satisfied
Парижі,
if
яка
that will
казала,
not
що
happen and
будемо
they will
реалістами,
abate
вимагаємо
opposition as
неможливого.
well.
Але в нас, наскільки це є революція 68-го
Yes,
року?
we know the
Чекайте, а
logics.
ми ж не
Talking
дослухали до
about
тези,
the
добре, а що може
revolution
бути
of
реалістичним на цій
68.
Що може бути реалістично?
Okay,
От
but
на цій
please let
революції, я
me
вважаю,
complete my
реалістичним
argument.
може бути звільнення
Answering the question,
притягнення до
what can be a
відповідальності
realistic
Захарченка,
requirement to be fulfilled? I
міліціонером
believe
головним в
realistic
Україні,
would be
тобто
to
міністром внутрішніх справ. Цивільну
fire
особу,
Mr.
яка б
Zakharchenko, the Minister
влаштовувала
of
опозицію,
Interior,
з тим нейтрально, абсолютно
a
точно,
person
з тим,
which
щоб
would
ця
suit
цивільна
opposition
особа
to
справді
be
провела
assigned on
реформи
his place
у
for this
Міністерстві
civilian
внутрішніх справ. Що
would
це дає? З
person
одного боку,
to
це,
perform a
скажімо так,
reform in the
істотно
Ministry of
полегшить життя
Interior.
взагалі
It would
українцям.
ease a lot
А от
the
скажіть
life of
чесно, ви бачите
Ukrainians.
цю особу в опозиційному середовищі?
Miss Valentina,
Нейтрально,
do you
ну, я думаю, що це
see
не
such a
бачите,
person?
точно.
Obviously, it would be not Mr. Lutsenko. Yes, there are candidates. More than two.
Я зараз не уповноважена ні з ким не говорила, чи
I
не
haven't
проти, щоб
been
його
authorized by somebody to talk about it, but it could be
в Україні,
a civil person
У нас
in
був Богдан
Ukraine could be
Гаврилишин, який
found
сказав, що в нас є кілька людей, які достойні
for
бути
the
президентами.
post,
Ну,
the
і це
position
не
of
ті,
the
що стоять на
Minister of
Майдані.
Interior.
От сказав, їх небагато, але
Bogdan
кілька є.
Gavrilishin was here. He
Достойних
said
на те,
that
щоб бути
there
там
are
нашими гаврами.
also more than one person
Ну, але не факт, що вони це хочуть.
able
посаду
and
міністра,
worse to
справді,
become president,
значно більше
not to
там
talking
десятки,
about
як
the position of the Minister of Interior.
сьогодні, по-перше,
Yes, that's true. But what is the matter today?
дуже проситься. Боюсь, що вона
А бачите, життя як
The reform of Ukrainian militia, of Ukrainian police should be made already a long time ago. It is urgent. As regards Prosecutor General's office reform. It is not so urgent, but the reform of the police is already claimed, is already required by the raw people, because they have got tired to bribe and to be bribed and to misuse their powers. But to achieve that, we have to buy very warm clothes, because we shall have to stay for a long time. Before 2015, we should stand for 1 winter and a half. No, I'm joking. Obviously, nobody will stand for so long time. People's limits couldn't be challenged to that extent. Obviously, opposition has not so much time. I apologize, but Tatiana Montan was in our studio. She said that this Maidan, these people will dissipate, will resolve themselves. Okay, can we be predictors of the situation? Or can we be just analyzers of the current situation? What can we foresee? Maybe people will abate another couple of monuments, break another couple of windows, and then they will have to go away, and they will be very disappointed. But that disappointment will be due contribution. Now let's go to the streets. The Krepostny lane, Krepostny barricade is one of the most hot points. We are trying to connect to that point. What is the news? Barricades have been mopped up somewhere?
Андрій Шевченко пише, що блокпост на Лютеранській 28/19 оточений спецназом, заблокували і тісняють. Хвилину тому пише, що зачистили нашу барикаду на Лютеранської та
Давайте телефонувати нашому президенту.
Давайте спробуємо набрати Андрія Шевченка.
Let's try to connect with Andrei Shevchenko to know what happens in reality.
Так, набирай.
Okay. Try to dial him.
Я взагалі маю проблеми з інтернетом, якщо чесно.
I have some problems with internet today. Let me. I was passing near the General Prosecutor's office, and there is a serious problem with MTS about the operator connection.
Андрію, ти зараз в ефірі, можеш сказати, що
Are you on
Андрій
air
Шевченко,
now?
депутат Батьківщина.
Andrei Shevchenko, People's Deputy from Batkivshina. They say that the riot police are pushing people out. They try to dismantle the barricades. The block post on Luturanska was already dismantled. People have been pushed out of there.
Ні, не казав. Ким оточений, Андрію?
On Churivska Street, Batkivshina's protesters have been surrounded by special riot forces, and they have arms. And we try now to know what they intend to do. We have full mobilization. The people's deputies are now present on all the hot points and all the barricades all over the perimeter of our my comment to be, I don't know who is now guiding on behalf of the power. The authority. It is snowing. There is a snowstorm. The snow goes to the heads of the protesters, not only on the heads of the militiamen. And now any violence, any forces to be applied would not be good. In the very first days, there have been many talks on the provocation which would happen inside the Party of Regions due to the internal struggle. Now we see that the Party of Regions is not very uniform. If there is somebody who tries to perform such stupid actions, would it be Zakharchenko, who has a little brain, or maybe somebody else?
що з кріпосного, нам треба лютеранська.
We now are waiting for connection with Кріпосної lane or with Lutheranska street. Can we connect?
Там
We have no
проблеми з
connection.
мобільним зв'язком, звичайним
There's
мобільним
problem
зв'язком.
with just normal mobile communication.
Ми
Not
чекаємо,
to
дивимося,
talk about
які-
internet.
Також очеплений штаб Бюту, як ти
Also,
Взагалі, оточувати штаб Б'юту, це,
Butte
знову ж таки,
headquarters
треба
have been
пояснити,
surrounded.
що мали на увазі цим оточенням.
What
Полякати,
would mean this
це мали на
surrounding?
увазі
Just
не дати працювати,
scaring,
взагалі,
trying
з
to
якої
intimidate
причини,
or
з
trying
на
to
яких
block
підставах
the
оточують. І що
operations
значить
of
оточують? Не
the
пускають
headquarters?
нікого зайти
What does it
звідти?
mean?
Чи просто стоять і
Surrounding? Are
демонструють,
they
що ми тут
blocking?
присутні
Are
на
they
вулиці
looking?
навколо вашого
Or are they just showing their
Вооружені
presence
автоматами
in
бойці
front of the
Беркута
office?
штурмують офіс Батьківщини, повідомляє
Berkut
прес-служба партії.
militaries armed with automatic guns
Так ми
are
щойно ж це теж
assaulting
Так,
Батьківщина
власне.
office.
Ну, ми
There
сказали,
is
що
a
Йдеться
message.
про штурм саме. Знаходяться в офісі
They
і
are
виламують
already
двері з
inside
поміщення,
the
нікого
office
не
and they
опускають.
are
На
breaking
Туровській
down
13.
the doors. They
Це
are not letting
повідомляє
anybody
прес-служба
coming out
Батьківщини.
on
Ну, я можу
Turovska
припустити, що
Street
вони мають
13.
якесь судове
That
рішення
is
про
the
проведення
message
там
from
слідчих дій.
Батьківщина party.
Оскільки було запрошено кілька депутатів
I can
Батьківщини на
assume the
допит,
lawyer says
незалежно
that
від того,
they
прийшли
have
вони чи
some
не прийшли.
legal grounds.
Теоретично
They
є
might
кримінальна
have some
справа, і можуть
decision
бути
for
дозволені
bringing
слідчим
a
суддею.
Пані Валентино,
suit
наскільки зараз, наскільки ще є
performed by a
ну,
judge
не знаю,
or an
сенс зараз
investigator?
говорити про якісь правові,
Okay, Ms. Valentina,
правові
what
основи для того, щоб
is
зараз...
there any sense to talk about legal grounds in the light of what's happening
Я думаю, що
generally
влада так чи
in
інакше до
Kyiv?
останнього моменту
Yes,
пробує
but
прикрити себе і
the
пробуватиме
power tries
прикрити
to
себе
cover
якоюсь
itself up to the
ілюзією
last moment
законності.
with some illusion of legality.
Звичайно, те, що це ілюзія, видно
Obviously, it's
і в Україні,
an
і за
illusion.
межами України.
Everybody can see it
Олігархам
inside
ще
Ukraine
чуть-чуть
and
і буде
outside of
соромно
it.
виїхати на
In
відпочинок за кордон, тому
few
що
time,
те,
oligarchs
що
will be
відбувається в
ashamed
Україні,
to
вже
go
стало
abroad
цікавим, ну, дуже
because
багато.
the Ukrainian events attracted the attention of many parts of the world. Poor as also oligarchs. It will be difficult for them to go to rest, to have a rest abroad, outside of Ukraine.
Мітингувальники заблокували виходи з метро.
Зараз ми саме тут в студії, в такому інформаційному трохи вакуумі перебуваємо.
So now in the studio we are in a bit of informational vacuum.
Ну і що?
So what?
Ну, погода не класна, але все одно робочий день
The
закінчується,
weather
і
there
кияни,
is quite
багато хто,
heavy.
поміж моїх друзів,
Sure, and a lot
знайомих,
of
багато хто
people, a lot of my
повертається
friends,
додому,
they just come back
планував
home.
повертатися
Well,
додому
they,
після того, як
those who
Батьківщині
they
також
plan
до
to
цього,
come
що
back home.
їй ще й валять сайт, сайт Батьківщини і Свободи,
Батьківщина
півгодини не
party
відкриваються, Беркут
are
штурмує
under
офіс.
attack. The web and also special
Давайте
police
набирати
is
прес-секретарів.
trying to storm
Давай я
have
спробую
assaulted their
наприклад,
office.
Зінов'єву.
Let's try to call some press secretaries.
А
Okay,
чекай,
I will
Зінов'єва
call
ні при чому, штурмує
Zinoviev.
офіс Батьківщини.
No, the police is at the office
Давай
of
я наберу.
Batkivshina
Ти
party.
набирай Таню, так?
Then you should call Tanya.
Наберемо прес-секретаря Батьківщини.
We'll call the press
В неї
secretary of
зайнято.
Batkivshina, occupied.
Тетяна Золотарьова.
Tetiana Zolotaryova.
Ну,
Будемо набирати в
тривожна
будь-якому
в нас,
випадку.
тривожна в нас пауза,
Well,
є інформація,
This
що є
is
штурм офісу Батьківщини
strange pause. There is
озброєними
information that armed police
працівниками міліції.
Ну, очевидно, це таке запрошення опозиції до діалогу.
trying to storm
Так, ми до вас
Це
прийшли.
простягнута рука
Well, this is the
президента.
Час
answer.
прийшов, треба поговорити. Ми до
А
вас.
як ви вважаєте взагалі, от те, що
Yeah,
сьогодні
it's
відбувається, те, що
dialogue
там
time, so
відтісняють
we're
протестувальників на
sending police to
лютеранській,
get
на перетині лютеранської
So,
банкової, те, що оточують Батьківщину, викликають
These
депутатів
events
на
which
допити.
happen,
На
that police
президентам, от
surrounds
Кравчуку,
them,
Кучмі,
that
Ющенку, їм потрібно йти
members of
завтра на
parliament
зустріч з
are called for
Януковичем? Потрібно йти.
interrogations.
Якщо не йти на зустріч з Януковичем, то яким чином
Do
ми
they
йому
actually
скажемо,
need to
що ми
have this
думаємо про все
meeting?
те, що
Yeah, of course
відбувається?
they need to have this meeting with President
Потрібно йти.
Yanukovych. We need
Я
to have
в
this
п'ятницю
round
мала
table.
кілька
They
зустрічей
need
із
to tell him
політиками
directly
з
what they think of what is
ОБСЄ.
happening.
Чому так
And
сталося? Тому
these
що
Тетяно, а ти
meetings-
зараз в
oh,
офісі
sorry,
перебуваєш?
Tatiana, are you in the office now?
Можеш сказати, що
Can you
відбувається, ти
tell
прямо в
what is
ефірі.
happening?
Поясни,
You
що
are live
відбувається.
on the
Зачекай,
air.
включи на гучну
Wait,
мову.
I'll put it on speaker, on loudspeaker.
Кажи.
Tell me.
Добрий вечір,
Hello, Tatiana. Just recently, a few seconds ago, I had a phone talk with a member of the parliament, Mr. Arsen Lekonchuk, and he is now in the office of the Motherland Party, Batkivshina Party, and on the area there are armed special police, Berkut, and they just start beating people regardless whether it's a member of parliament or not. And people in these minutes are running away. They are just trying to run away, trying to get over fences in order to save themselves from them. And also the internet television, which is located in the same premises, which is next door, they cannot get inside. And the journalists are saying that the road is blocked completely, all the perimeter is surrounded, and editors have sent us SMS that have said, don't come back to the office, armed people
Тетяно, а є якось правоохоронці пояснюють свої дії вам чи ні?
Policemen, did they explain somehow what are they doing? There were no explanations at all. They just beat people, they break furniture, they break doors, and there was just the forceful attempt to get, well, this is what member of parliament Lekonchuk
Ти їдеш
said.
туди на місце? Ти їдеш в офіс чи ні? Не можна, зрозуміло. Добре, інформуй нас, будь ласка, як тільки щось будеш знати, добре? Дякую за інформацію, давай.
Thank you for your information.
Телефон можеш прямо телефонувати, дякую.
Ще одне підтвердження того, що здорового глузду теперішньої
Що там можна шукати? Чи для чого штурмувати? Яка може бути взагалі? От давайте включимо якусь спільну логіку. Мова сигналів.
Я думаю, це мова сигналів.
I think this is a signal. They send a signal. All these protesting, this is just manifestation of their force. Well, of course, this is an illusionary force. Because, for example, when they say you need to assault and occupy that party,
Різниці суттєвої не робить. Тобто я далі залишаюся з вірою, що працівники правоохоронних органів не підуть бити без розбору просто демонстрантів, просто пікетувальників. Що ж стосується цього захоплення офісу Батьківщини, думаю, що демонстрація сили будуть прикриватися, скоріш за все, тим, що розслідують кримінальну справу і так далі, а по великому рахунку це нічого крім беззаконня не є.
Ну, летить завтра буде та, як ми казали, що буде баронеса Ештон.
Приїжджає заступник державного секретаря.
Ну, буде іншого обговорення. Буде іншого.
Слухайте, ну це виходить, що влада сама собі робить зле.
Не демонстративно просто показують,
they just harm themselves. So just before officials are coming, they show that there are these illegal things happening. Well, my grandfather used to say that if you send a stupid guy to pray to God, he'll just break his forehead on the floor. They just don't understand that, for example, Europe would never forgive this violence. And when Europe would not forgive violence, then those oligarchs, those businessmen will come to the politicians and say, well, guys, we can't trade with you. You have to do something. Some people say that this is a setup. We've been talking about the Russian scenario, that the violent outcome would be beneficial to Putin. Well, in these 2 weeks, I never wanted to think about the Abkhazian scenario. You mean this Georgian 8-day war? Yes. Well, you think Yanukovych would dare to get some foreign army in Ukraine? I think Yanukovych would not dare, but in Kremlin, there might have been some plans like this. Of course, they never
дуже
copy
тяжкі
what
і
they've done,
неприємні
but
можуть.
these
Ну, от
things
дивіться, такі
can
речі, як
happen.
взяти в облогу штаб Батьківщини. Це може відбуватися без відома президента?
Ні, звичайно, не треба
Can this
президентові,
happen
немає
without the
жодного шансу
president?
президентові.
The
Сказати, що я не я в цей час вечеряв і
Well,
нічого
the
не
president will
планував.
always
Це без
say
мого
that
відома.
he was not informed
Звичайно,
of
навіть якщо
anything.
перша
He would
яка-небудь
not
така неприємна, ганебна
say that
дія
he is
могла
guilty of
відбутися
anything.
без участі безпосередньо
If this
президента,
event could
то надалі
actually
він
happen
просто сам
without
мусив виявити
his consent
ініціативу.
first,
І сказати, що
then
нині без мого
he would
рішення,
have
без мого
said
дозволу
that
ні кроку нікуди. Тому що я
stop
є
it,
перший, я є
don't
найбільш
do anything
відповідальний
without
в цій
my
державі.
consent because
Ну, це
I
мрія
have the
так
final
думати. Наш
responsibility.
президент, я не знаю,
Well, this is of
чи
course
є
wishful
першим
thinking.
найбільш
I don't know
відповідальним
if
в цій державі.
our president is thinking that he's
Так,
responsible.
Тетяна?
Tatiana is calling again. Yes, Tatiana.
Марина Сорока, да?
Marina Soroka.
Давай.
Okay.
Дякую, дякую.
Марина Сорока
тобі,
там.
дякую.
Marina Soroka is
Марина
there.
Сорока нібито заблокована
Yes,
всередині
Marina
приміщення
Soroka is
штабу.
blocked inside
Зараз
the
наберемо Марину,
premises
зараз
of the
наберемо.
headquarters of the Batkivshina party. We will
Ну, якщо
now call
приміщення вже
her.
захоплене, то,
Well,
скоріш за
if
все,
it
в неї
already is
можливості відповідати
occupied,
на
then most
телефонні
probably she would not be able
Ну,
to
не факт,
respond
давайте
to taking
спробуємо.
calls.
Дивіться, у мене немає
At least
телефону
we'll
Марини.
try.
Друзі,
Look,
можна
I
мені
don't
телефон
have
Марини
Marina's phone
Сороки?
number. Please give me Marina
Дайте,
Soroka's
будь
phone
ласка, бо в
number.
мене чомусь немає, хоча раніше
Because
завжди він був.
strangely I can't find it.
В тебе є?
Have you got? No, unfortunately, I haven't got Marina's phone number.
Кажуть, що захопили також видання
Well, they
ВВ,
say that
Цензорнет.
VV newspaper and Censornet have also been taken by police.
Мені повідомляє мама, що її співробітники
My
колишні
mom,
кажуть, що ВВ захопили Цензорнет.
ВВ
Says
Цензорнет. ВВ це газета близька
so
саме.
VV is the newspaper which was under Batkivshina party. Yes, this is the newspaper.
гаслом «Ще не вмерла
And
Україна».
today,
Марина, ти
even
всередині?
Fakti
Алло.
newspaper have
Алло.
published.
Ти всередині? Ти в ефір прямо можеш сказати, що
Marina, can you
відбувається?
explain on the air what is
Не
happening there?
всередині.
You're not inside?
Що вона бачила?
What has she
Давай,
seen?
Що вона бачила?
Це Тетяна Даниленко. Я
This
просто
is
телефоную з
Tetiana
телефона
Danilenko,
Насті Станко,
sorry.
тому що
I'm
ну
just
так
calling
вийшло.
from Nastya
Ми прямо
Stanko's
зараз в
phone.
ефірі. Ти можеш
You are now
розповісти?
live. Can you explain to everybody?
Давай. Зараз тобі
Okay, just
увімкнемо
a
на
second.
гучномову.
I will put it on speaker.
Хто там всередині зараз
So
є?
who is
Хто
there? Who
заблокований?
is blocked inside?
Працівники штабу центрального
Employees of our central headquarters of the Batkivshina party are blocked in the premises. And police are breaking down everything. They were kicking out all doors, all windows. They are armed and violent. And basically, people who are locked inside are almost held hostage.
В одному із приміщень,
Now,
які
there are also journalists of the internet media, ISTV, and our channel was blocked by special police.
Марино, а чи відомо тобі
And they
щось
have
про
some
захоплення
information that they
офісів
are
газети
captured.
«Вечірнє
Have
вісті»
you
і сайту
heard anything
«Цензорнет»?
about Вечерние Вести newspaper office also being captured? Censornet, VV, ISTV are located in one office, in one premises, so we can say that all three
Їх не випускають?
Який незаконно їх там тримає?
А є якісь пояснення? Вони йдуть на якісь...
Are there any explanations?
Все, зрозуміло.
No,
Добре.
they don't explain anything. Why are they staying there? This is all the information.
Не Марино, можна з кимось зв'язатися із тих, хто всередині? Чи їм не дають можливості говорити по телефону?
Who is inside there? Do they have the opportunity to talk over the phone? Well, probably yes. I talked to the reception of the head of Batkivshina party. And there were armed people in special police uniform. I don't know if they will pick up the phone.
Будь ласка, скажи, хто там є, щоб ми могли з ними вийти на контакт і бодай спробувати.
Is there? So we'll try to get in contact with them. Is Berkut on the floor?
Міліція в бронежилетах озброєна.
Зрозуміло. Марино, якщо можна... Автоматами Калашнікова. Це спецпідрозділ... Я зрозуміла. Це спецпідрозділ «Беркут», так?
Вони в касках і в масках.
Я зрозуміла. Хорошо, дякую, Марино. Будемо чекати від тебе подробиці того, що відбувається.
Вони перелізли через забори, тобто вони взяли штурмом наше приміщення.
Зрозуміло, дякую.
У нас Андрій Баштовий, Андрій зараз ми тебе включаємо.
Дякую, дякую.
Так, ми тут, ти в ефірі, кажи.
So there is a huge wall of Berkut Special Police, and they are pushing all people out, and Special Police gets reinforcement. So people try to find them, but Special Police gets reinforcement. And there are some aggressive acts from policemen. And police are quite aggressive. Now there is a pause. Police is standing in line. They push the truck. Also, I need to state that there are buses who took police in, and probably now people would be pushed out to the Nemo Stadium, and they will just cleanse Bruchevska Street completely from the protesters. And there are many people. They could easily take everybody out of the street.
Я зрозумів. Тож теж...
Well, they say this is Berkut.
Це саме Беркут, так?
Oh, so this was Berkut. Oh, they've taken another reinforcement.
Як взагалі вони поводяться? Це вони просто
How do they behave? Do they just push people? Yes. With metal shields, they just block the road and push people. So they push people out of the street. They just with the short spurts, they push all people out of the street. I understand. Thank you, Andrei. Be careful. We'll keep track of the situation. Okay, so we'll try to get some video. Now we're calling the press officer of the Kiev police so that she would explain what has happened actually, why police is pushing. Olga Bilik is not responding. Now we'll try to reach Sergei Burlakov, who is also the spokesperson for Kiev police. Miss Valentina, can you explain us while we're dialing which case could urge officers to capture those premises of the Batkyushina party? Well, we've got information that the Special Service of Ukraine has initiated the criminal investigation on obstructions to civil order, and basically now, according to the new criminal code, there should be a decision of the judge. So, but they say that police did not provide them with any decision of the judge. Well, they should have represented the office with the decision of the judge if they wanted to assault it.
Последнее официальное включение. Зараз є ще Юлія Соловйова.
Что? the leaders of the opposition has said about the presence of unknown special police without any special badges or ranks, and they are armed. Also, so why did they capture these premises? Well, basically, they do not have any legal ground unless they have the decision of the judge. Well, but basically they can have whatever purpose. So the decision, of course, even if they had the decision of the judge, it was unlawful anyway. So yeah, it's evident that they can just call, that the government can just call and order the judge to sign that order to storm the premises of Batkivshina party. Okay, so now we are waiting for the video from the center of Kiev, where police is trying to push the protesters, to push them out of the zone of governmental buildings, and where they have built barricades. They say that it's hard to hear us. Some say we are not on the website. If you can't hear us on the website of HromadskeTV, please open a YouTube stream so you can continue watching our YouTube stream. Yeah, I see that now over 50,000 people are watching our stream just this minute. Also, we've got now the English-speaking stream, and the link to the English version you can find. Oh, there's Grecian broadcasting from the Cabinet of Ministers. Sergei Grecian from the Cabinet of Ministers. Hello, this is HromadskeTV, Community TV. My name is Sergei Grecian. And there is special police, and they push, or maybe this is not Berkut. So, half an hour ago, all the protesters who were there next to Sanahan store have been pushed out. And now, in order to understand, now it's hard to understand. Well, there are a lot of
Бачимо, що люди стримуються міліціонерів буквально вже вони тримають з собою щити. Так, хлопці, а що відбувається? Це ті, що стояли біля Санаханту? Ну, він там стояв. Вони потрошку спускаються, правильно? Ну, за 2 години вже пішли метрів 100. Так. Ні? Ну, пішли так. Ні, я просто маю, це ті ж самі, знаєш, що стояли трошки вище. Ага. Я так розумію, що просто в них команда не потроху йдуть вниз, відповідно, відштовхують цих людей, які тут є.
You're watching the broadcast from Khrushchevsky Street and Kabmin. Hello, HromadskeTV. You are live on the air. Do I understand that you've been pushed down? Yes, they have pushed us down. Now people try to hold the line here. We will hold the line until it's possible, then we'll have to just come back. I have been here 40 minutes ago. They were next to Sanahan store. Yes, and and they push you down. Well, they don't. These don't beat. They don't beat us. They just push us with shields. But they did not apply force. They did not beat anybody. They were, and your guys are not applying force. No, 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 no provocation. We just try to hold our ranks and to stand here. Okay, it's clear. Thank you very much. This is a member of parliament.
Можна сказати, що колона рівна, вона якось так непропорційно йде, одна частина вже на пару метрів нижче спустила, одна частина трохи вище стоїть.
А можна мені поки студію брати?
Все ж таки самі хлопці як певно. Якщо не виконують свій наказ, то не зможуть зробити. Але головне, як собаки, наперед дітей...
Та вони ж мусять так, вони ж весь час привикли, вони привикли ховатися.
Бачите, вона виступовується з рівня лінії, трошки відступається.
Не пхайте руки там!
Беріть мені студію з ушей, пожалуйста.
Не чіпайте, вони собі стануть там і все, спокійно. Але я ще маю зараз... Відійдіть, люди, я зараз щось розкажу вам. Я тільки що отримав телефон.
The member of parliament is there speaking with the policeman.
Ну, Олексій Кайдан, з яким ми говорили там зверху, підтверджують це. Ті самі хлопці, які були...
So these are the same guys who were there.
Четверо депутатів фракції «Свобода».
There are members of parliament from Svoboda party.
Не знаю, хто це. По одягу.
The crowd is shouting, "Get the gang away! Get this gang away!" Убирайте мне студию из ушей.
Бачите, частина, це просто значить відходять.
Have you see that now police regroups and people just stayed here in place and they just tell people to also stand there, not to follow the police. So in practice, these 100 meters, 150 meters, these police pushed people down, but now they have come back. Now they are back at their initial position. And there is a road, there is a side lane there, so maybe they pushed people down in order to take away the barricades which were dismantled. So probably the reason police pushed people down the street was to take out all the barricades, so the trucks could come in and take all the barricades away. But you see that people are still standing here. I will try to go up the street and check what's there. So my version is that there are some trucks which came from the museum lane and they have taken the barricades away. But you can see that there are only about 200 of people. And down there is another police line, but actually they do not prevent people from passing through. I just came there, they let me come, and it's okay. What is happening there? There are some people. This. And then I see that people are wearing police uniforms, and well, it looks like they are the bosses of police, and they are wearing hats, officer hats. Well, here there are a lot of police, so maybe one of those lines which was up there can come down. So I thought my version was that this is the side street, and trucks came through this side street and they have taken all the barricades, but I can't see any prints in the snow, wheel prints, unless... No, you see, there are some prints. Here, there are some prints, so they have turned. So maybe there were some trucks or cars. So probably the truck came and it has taken all what was left from the barricades. This was the reason they have initially pushed the protesters down the street. Now let's check. So it was just the order for two lines of policemen to remain. All the rest is going up street. Well, something like that. Basically, they have returned to the place where I've initially filmed them an hour ago. They are next to the Sanahan store, and these trucks, I will just follow. They turned there, and here these prints, these tracks lead to these gates on the back of Sanahan store, but I don't know what's there. There's a car coming. Be careful. Thank you. Well, I can't see what is there, and the yard there is quite small, so I don't think a truck would fill. So, my mistake. Sorry. Anyway, now they are back to this position. They have lowered their shields, and they stand in the same position where they have been standing from the very beginning. Now I'd like to check if there is another lane of policemen.
There's some equipment working. Another piece of equipment, obviously, those are removing the barricades. We shall show you the recorded video of Batkivshchina's office assault. Now we have a representative of road control in connection. The advocate Viktor Smoley, the advocate of Andrei Dzindzya, the head of road control, was detained today. Please, Mr. Smoley, what happened today? Today, Viktor Smoley went to meet one of the victims of Berkut after the 30th of November. After some investigative activities, she went to the office of Special Forces, Anti-Criminal Forces, to find the abouts of the case of Andrei Dzindzya. He came there at 15:02 and had not exited from there. We arranged to call each other. I didn't manage to get no call, no SMS from him, and we were concerned, and we started to be worried about it. In half an hour or 40 minutes, we lost a connection with his mobile phone. We understood that something's going completely wrong, and we went to that address, Gorky Street 114 Gorka Street. First we came to prosecutor's general office. The head of a department came to meet us. He said that he left with his with the person he was in charge to be the lawyer. Thereafter we tried to call for an investigator who was in charge of that case, but we didn't succeed. We saw that Victor Smoley was registered in the log of the visitors, but only for the entrance. He wasn't registered for the exit, for leaving the premises. We saw that his car is near the office. We understood that he's still there. Thereafter, we asked another person in charge from that office, and his wife came to us. Alexei, can you tell what is the situation now about his whereabouts? We have been informed that he was detained and placed into a room of preliminary detention. He is incriminated as an attempt to kill the judge. Now we are trying to get more detailed information. I understand you. How would you comment such an accusation of killing the judge, of attempt of murder of a judge? How can I comment? As a matter of fact, we should look into the circumstances, but obviously Victor never assaulted a judge. Such would never happen. I believe it is a special purpose. It was a special purpose for detainment of Victor, because he is his lawyer. He was his lawyer. They wanted to deprive him of legal assistance or legal aid, and also to close Victor himself. I believe reprimands are starting, repressions against the people who are helping the activists, because Victor Smoley was providing a free of charge legal assistance. His friends were victims of Berkut on the 30th of November. Thank you very much. We had in connection the editor-in-chief of the newspaper Road Control. He informed us that Victor Smoley was detained in the prosecutor's office, who is the lawyer of Andrei Dzinza, detained earlier. We also now have true information of the place where from the DDoS attacks to our site are coming. They are performed from the city of Krasnoyarsk in Russia. We know the IP address of the source where from those attacks, DDoS attacks, are executed, and we'll put this information in the social media. We know it for sure. You can watch us in YouTube in case your broadcasting on our website is missing. Also, Zik TV channel is rebroadcasting us. And now we have the record by Mustafa Naim from Krepostny Lane. And what happened? Can you tell us what happened? What kind of provocations have been there? Please describe. For the people's deputies, he is the provocator. He is from the secret service, from the security service. What is... which people's deputy was attacked? I believe Mr. Yarema was attacked. Please, can you tell who are you? I apologize. Who are you? Who are you? Please, tell your name. Are you a citizen of Ukraine or a foreign? But he is a guised security service officer, or he was wearing red gloves today, and he was attacking the tent city. According to the official law, the policemen have to find his identity. So please, do you have an identity card or some identity document? I'm from the prosecutor's office. If you have no identity card, you are a person without permanent living place. Ah, he's an intelligent. He is a security service hidden officer. Okay, search me if you want to get whatever you want. There is another person we detained earlier. So he was supposed not to have any ID documents. Please tell us who are you, where are you from, and what are you doing here? It's broken. It's broken. You broke it. Yes. There is a gun. Not here, not here. Please tell your version why people are surrounding you and are detaining you, are having you. He has an equipment to hiddenly record what people are saying. He's Please let me pick me up. I will take off my shoes myself if you have no. He has some hidden equipment there. No. What? This is a sensational news. Have you ever seen a broken finger of the feet of a person? No, there's nothing. He's obviously from the SBU, from the Secret Service of Ukraine. I was a prosecutor once upon a time. I know for sure he's from SBU, and he's refusing from recognize it, from telling the true story. He's hiding something. A person was detained. He was trying to get to the tent of the Maidan, and then somebody was attacking the People's Deputy Arema, and this exact person was detained by the people.
Вона каже, що навколо Беркуту ніякого немає. Навколо стоять невелика група людей, зокрема там є депутат Пишний. Вона зараз з ними говорить, всередину зайти поки що не може, але...
It is the office.
Це Наталка чи це Аня?
Is this Natalka? We have a direct connection, online connection with Natalka Gumenyuk. Now HromadskeTV is on air.
Беркут покинув офіс Батьківщини і з'яв сервери.
Berkut put some stuff into the Batьківщина headquarters and seized the servers. What grounds can an investigator or whoever would be dealing with it have to seize the computers, the servers? It can be some invention of the investigator. We haven't seen the details, the resolution of the judge or the investigator. After all the claims will be considered by the courts, please get Natalia to a normal phone connection. I'm now talking to Natalka Gumenyuk, who was trying to send her video from Batkivshina headquarters. Now we shall put her in connection through a voice connection. She will try to tell us what happens there. Natalka, you are on air now. Please, could you tell us what happens there now? We do not see. We now. Please tell us just on the phone. Yes, Natalia, please talk to us on the phone. You are on air. You are broadcasted. Your voice is broadcasted. Now there is no Berkut near the headquarters. There are people's deputy who are telling that some people, without introducing themselves, came to the office and removed and brought out the servers, documents, some documents from the office, the premise itself, and there is a quiet situation. But the documents have been seized, have been removed from the office. You can see what happens now on Churivska Street near Batkivshina headquarters, Batkivshina office. No Berkut anymore, but they came into the office and took away the documents. Now we have some video from you. A people's deputy arrived here. I will try to approach them to ask some of them what happened on air. I was communicating here, and I can say that the people who have been present here in the office, they witnessed that people in uniform came here. They assaulted the office, and that has been police forces. They came inside. It was difficult to see what happens inside, but thereafter some buses came, and people, police people came into those buses and went away. Now we'll try to talk to the representatives of Batkivshina party to know what happens here. Now I believe you could listen to what they're saying. We have a message that the office is now surrounded by security service people. No, there are no such people here. You can see it with your own eyes. Just normal people are here. Certain journalists, certain media representatives. No news, no messages about blockades or surroundings. No buses with police are observed here now. They're just asking whether do we have them now. Not now, they already left. Natalka, please stay there, we'll come back to you. Now we have important message from Mustafa. Mustafa, have a connection with Mustafa? Okay, Natalka, then please record your comment and send us in record. Now we have a next visitor, Anya Babinets, who is working on the main postal office. And this is happening something. Let us listen to her and what happens there. We're trying to get the video from Anna Bobinets. No? She's found near the central post office of Kiev on Maidan, Independence Square. Now everything that's happening around can be witnessed by us. You see that speeches are being continued in Maidan. People the speaker is saying that let us ask the Berkut police to let people ask to pray to God for the Lord to interfere and save us from these merciless authorities. And will establish a real New Year's tree to be a real celebration, not that one the authority shed with blood. Our mass media. Right now the light is off inside the post office, and we have seen some police force, some law enforcers inside the post office. Can you show it closer? There are some people inside the hall of the post office. Would it be internal workers? But they say that the workers have left through some underground passages. Haven't you seen what happened here? We are from HromadskeTV. No, nobody could be seen there, nor the law enforcers, neither the revolutionaries. I have seen nothing. The light turned off 40 minutes ago, more or less. We came around the post office. We haven't seen no worker, nor employee, although the office should work until 9 p.m. It's for about another couple of hours from now. We haven't seen nobody. In the yard of the postal office there is a quiet situation, but no explanation is given why people have been brought out of the office. That is what's happening here. We are continuing to observe the situation here, to follow it up, continue to see our HromadskeTV. Let's see fresh video. It is near Bankova. You already explained me. So red police here surrounded a small tent city, small campus of tents, and on one side there is a line of red police force. On the other side there are people who are trying to warm themselves up with some movement, with jumping, because it is becoming colder. So they are just exercising in such a way to stay in one place and still not to get cold. And the people scanded, that one who doesn't jump is Azirov, is the prime minister, in a neglective way, depreciative way. There is a column composed from Berkut, representatives and interior troopers. Yes, it's Berkut. It's a department, Berkut's department, which is aligning in the street. They are just standing on place. Nothing happens up to now. Therefore, there is a small campus of tents. It's surrounded. Few people have been detained when trying to cross the line of police. And somebody is trying to get to the tents, but is not permitted to do so. There is a very narrow passage created by militia people, not by Berkut people. And we are now following along this line. Trying to so the originating point of the square is now surrounded by Berkut forces. That is Kripostny Lane. We are now trying to find out what happens on Luteranska Street. We have some alarming news from there that the mopping up continues there. Now we can ask Mr. Shevchenko, what do you think about all this? Is this a putsch, riot, or whatever? No, riot is a mutiny generated by one unsatisfied party inside the ruling structure. Here we have many people who come out to the street. And the extreme actions which were performed will never be judged as legal one. Those who guided those activities, they have been acting unlawfully, and I believe the end for them will come very, very bad. They will become into a very poor state, because it will not be just left as it is. And they are liable for the commitment of those crimes. They might say that they were performing an order of their superiors, those superiors who are from the top, the president and the minister of interior, etc. In the last 2 weeks, all the activities by the party have been commanded by those top officials. The general prosecutors didn't produce some substantial message. Obviously, he tries to sit down in his office and to survive these difficult times, but he will be also brought to the liability. Can you explain such ambiguous situation? Minister of Interiors on the website of his ministry once again excused for the actions of the militia, but once again we see the same kind of violence, the same kind of actions performed by his people. So people have no dignity, no honor when they are breaking their word. I apologize. We have connection. We have connection. Yeah, everything is in order. Okay. We lost sound for some time. So the Minister of Interiors was a hypocritic person when he was apologizing. I'm doubting about his sincerity. Before you came to us, we had many guests. and we prepared a scenario. All the visitors before you told that that would be unreasonable, that would provocate the die in Maidan, as the previous speaker told. Yes, but maybe they are overestimating the greatness of the situation. I believe if many people will come to the Maidan, it will change the situation, not because they are supporting somebody against somebody else. Monday is here. On Sunday we came out and we said our will, our firmness. We expressed it. I believe before the weekend we have very great chances on that next Saturday, and next Sunday more people will come, or at least not less than the last weekend. Okay. And the power now is dismantling the barricades all over the perimeter of the central part of the Kiev. 2 barricades near presidential administration have been removed on the angle of the government. Another barricade was dismantled. It is incorrect decision. Those barricades should better stay there. Nobody will be able to hide what happened in these days. I understand that those barricades didn't serve really to protect something. They served more like a decoration for to underline the situation. The tents could be removed by the people, and the municipality workers could clean the streets. That could be made easily, but the reforms and the changes demanded by the people could not be substituted by those simple actions. In any case, we see that they show off the force, and they try to intimidate us to close our Maidan, and on the other side they are trying to show the efforts for both Russia and the Western countries. Tomorrow they will try to say that just few people are protesting here, that there have been no barricades, no large rallies. But it is so primitive. They think that Catherine Ashton and other people will believe that nothing happened in Ukraine. So they want to create a due picture for the Western visitors who will arrive tomorrow. Mrs. Ashton and a representative of the American Foreign Office. One of the possible versions of this preparation could be that tomorrow we could evidence some new information that would compromise people. And now there is a news on that on Shovkovishna Street. The blog post of Berkut is surrounded just a few seconds ago. The Shovkovishna Street, it is a place found behind governmental premise. It is Luteranska Street. It is a stream from Mustafa.
So on shall
You're watching the broadcast from the corner of Lutheranska Street and Kruglо-Universitetska Street.
У меня в ушах только студия сейчас, но нет бродкаста.
Давай, хавай підтягнемо.
Только студия, но нет. Окей.
So, I also wanted to announce our next guest. We've got three lawyers in a row. This would be Stanislav Shevchuk, the doctor of law and the judge of the European Court of Human Rights. In a minute, probably he will be here. And Miss Valentina, summarize all you have seen. So, well, basically, there was some sadness. Why? Well, we were thinking better about our government and administration, and from the beginning I said that we really need to be patient, because this process would take some time, and you really need to get some dry shoes in order to be able to stand for a long time on Maidan. So are you leaving? Yes, I have to leave now. Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Stanislav, I don't know what a lawyer can say now. So firstly, as a citizen, well, I don't know, it's up to you. What's your priority? Well, being a citizen is my priority now. We all need to support, and we've received support all over the world. Until, till it is a peaceful protest guaranteed by the Constitution and the European Convention on the Protection of Human Rights and Freedoms. It is really important for this protest to be non-violent. When people took it to Maidan, it's different from the Maidan Square, which was there 9 years ago. Not only because they had the national flag, not the party orange flag, but 9 years ago it was a protest against the falsification of elections. They protested against the violating of one of their rights, the right to vote. Now people took it to the street for all their rights. So this is time to get back to the ideas which were originally in our constitution and in the convention. There was a tradition in ancient Rome, it's called Saturnales. Also in that period, actually it was about the middle of December, serfs and slaves had a certain time when they could sit at the same table with their hosts and with their masters, and they wore special hats. And people who had those hats, they felt themselves like free people, not slaves. But it was for a limited period of time. Also, after hundreds of years, there was a French Revolution. Oh, you've got quite wide parallels. Yeah, this idea of this Frisian hat of freedom, when Marie Antoinette was portrayed in this hat, or like in Delacroix's painting, Freedom on Barricades. People are portraying those hats, and this shows that they are free people, that they want to fight for their freedom. This is the vector. When Ukraine got its independence, we did not actually believe that we would get real freedom. But what is happening now, this is re-evaluation of our belief in freedom. So all the rights which are there in the Constitution, they now must get the fresh understanding, because people now implement their right on peaceful protests, and they have certain questions, and the government must answer to what is basically constitutionalism. Constitutionalism is something which is totally opposed to tyranny. You know that John Locke was the classics who was the first who put it in writing, and John Locke for the constitutionalism is just like Karl Marx and Lenin for Marxism and Leninism. And Locke has basically set this idea of the civil contract, of the civil agreement. The state and the people conclude this agreement, and the state must must respect all the freedoms and rights of the people according to this civil contract. Also, we've heard, for example, many people, starting from Zakharchenko, the Minister of Interior, to the General Prosecutor of Ukraine, they stated several times that people out there, people on the street, people on Maidan, they violate some legislation. They basically, where can we find the balance? Whose legal force is wrong, and whose is right? Yes, these scales, this balance is there in between Maidan and in between Bankova, the administration and the president. And if we violate this balance, then of course it's bad, because the administration has the right to use force if the protest becomes violent. So it's important for people to remain peaceful and non-violent. And as for those rights which are violated, well, I don't want now to give a lecture on rights. I will give a few examples. When there is a fundamental right from one side, and when there is, on the other side, there is a duty of the state to make this right of a person implemented. For example, if a General Secretary of NATO comes to Donetsk and people take to the street peacefully to show their protest, and they burn down the flag of NATO, it depends on the motivation. If this is just a group of hooligans,
hooligans, the administration can punish them for hooliganism. But if it is a group of conscious citizens who consciously say we don't want to go to NATO, then it is not hooliganism and it is not punishable by law. So once again, for example, when courts prohibit these assemblies and meetings, for example, the court has prohibited this meeting, this assembly of people on the 8th of December. But this meeting was initiated by the previous violent behavior of the police. People took to the street so that their rights would be defended by the state, so that nobody would have the situation when police tortures people or beats them, so that we would have a true, fair court. If we analyze the practice of the European Court on Human Rights, there were events when somebody's bicycle was stolen, the person whose bike was stolen took it to the police, but then police had beaten him. And then the guy had to take it to the European Court to sort the situation. So law enforcement agencies cannot understand the basic idea. When on the scales, when on the balance there are fundamental rights, like the right to manifest, the right to express opinions, when the government violates these, when the government bans these meetings, this is the violation of fundamental freedoms and fundamental rights, because people are always entitled to freedom. If I have the freedom to, some freedom, for example, I am entitled to sing in my bathroom, and the government cannot tell me which things I should sing. Sorry, we need to bring some broadcast.
Отже, ще раз добрий день, шановна аудиторія громадського телебачення. Це Дмитро Гнап. Ми ведемо пряме включення з перетину вулиць Інститутської, вибачте, я одягнув перчатку, з перетину вулиць Інститутської та Кріпосного провулку.
So you can see on the corner of Institutska Street and Kripusny side lane where one of the barricades was located, but now it is surrounded by riot police, and you can see that there is another detachment of the Berkut riot police prepared, and there is a positive side that on one side they do not have shields, because usually they push people back when they have shields, but on the other side what is there? This is HromadskeTV. What is there behind your back? Can you please tell me? Policemen are silent, and behind his back I see some special equipment. Can you show which equipment do you have? No, they turned, you see, they don't let me see which equipment they have there. So you see that, but according to the laws of Ukraine, all the activities of police are open and transparent. Because on your back I saw something which resembled a sniper rifle or something resembling a rifle. So now you see this line of policemen, and the situation is as follows. The riot police are surrounding the protesters.
Намагаються блокувати і оточувати, от я дивлюсь, який стоїть, напевне, офіцер. Зараз ми спробуємо поговорити. Пане офіцере, день добрий, це громадське телебачення. А скажіть, будь ласка, одного з ваших службовців там за спиною...
I can see that one of those people had some arms.
Ви можете сказати?
Can you please comment?
А хіба це військова таємниця? Ви ж працівники міліції, а на міліцію військова таємниця не поширюється, вона тільки на військових.
And so, unfortunately, the policeman is not telling me anything. This riot police boss is there, but now they have changed their lines and I do not see the person who was there having some probably firearm on their back. You see, there are so many of them here. All wear masks. Well, almost all. Some of them took their masks down. So now they just seem to warm up, and they stand in a line and stay in the perpendicular way towards the barricades of the activists. Now we'll try to talk to activists. By the way, we should say that there are not many of them. There's about 100 of activists. And riot police, well, I think is twice as more than the protesters. And the activists are here in some kind of chain. Well, they stand in front of the barricades, and they are surrounded by riot police Berkut and by their army police. So this is HromadskeTV. Hello. What's your mood? We are quite active. Do you know if they want to storm, if they are ready for the assault? Do you talk to them? Well, we don't talk to them. Our representatives try to talk to them, but they don't answer anything. What about their bosses? Do they say anything? Whose bosses? Of Berkut? No, they don't say anything. But there, on that side, there were some policemen talking to regular policemen. There was a colonel from the Department of Social Security. Well, riot police doesn't talk to us. So here you see there are people. How many activists are here? Well, we didn't count. Well, I see about 100. Well, I know that they have surrounded, and I think it's about 300, 400, up to 500 protesters here. Okay, here I see about 200 people. Okay, thank you. So once again, you see this riot police of Berkut. Guys are quite strong. And now they form a line. And they try to warm up. This was Dmitro Gnap from the corner of Крепостный провулок. So, Andriy Bashtovy also now we'll see another video. You'll be also able to see it.
Can we also get the sound? You see, you have your sound off here.
Ребят, проходите дальше, 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 дальше.
Oh, so this was Alf. Look. So now we also have on the phone line Alexander from INTV internet channel, who was the witness of the assault when riot police assaulted the headquarters of Batkivshina party. So how did it happen? Hello. I was there at my workplace, and when I saw a person in the mask, in the helmet, with arms. First, I thought it's a joke, you know.
a person with firearms in my office. But they kicked out the door. They said we are not allowed to use phones. They took us to the corridor. There were more people with assault rifles, with shotguns. They all wore helmets and so on. And then there were some people in plain clothes. And after that, they started taking our computer servers. Can you please speak up? Because you are now live. You're on speakerphone and you're live on the air. Okay. So while we were in the corridor and we were not allowed to use phones, these people in plain clothes were taking out our computer servers and arrays with database. Did they explain what was whether there was any resolution of the court or of the investigator? They did not tell us a single word. It's just only with a threat. It was like a robbery, you know, like these bandits. The bandits who took our computer techniques, and they were covered by these SWAT teams. So they just came inside with arms. Yes, they kicked out the doors. Yes, they kicked out the doors. They ran inside our office. They were jumping over the fence. They have trashed furniture. And they took not only computer servers, they also took other computers for internet access. Do you know if there was any reason for this? Is there any criminal investigation going on? No. We had everything transparent. So, even if there is some criminal investigation on taxation or something, I'm sorry. I think they... Well, why did they need a website database? So your work is stopped? Yes, the work of our media is stopped. But for example, today we have sent information over the social media. On Facebook, we've spread the news, and now our engineers are editing the video, because we have the video recording of this assault. Thank you. Hold on. Can it actually happen in the legal field that people, some alpha special police, come in and put people down on the floor without any resolution of the court or of the investigator? Can it happen? Well, this happens already. This already happened in Ukraine, and now, well, I feel bad when instead of the dialogue, instead of an urgent round table of the authorities and the civil society, we see things which on the first glance look like disproportionate violence. Well, of course it depends. This is just on first glance, because we need to check what the facts which was there. Can it be a basis for applying to a court? Well, of course, the lawyers must act. We have the new criminal procedure code. Well, what I was saying, that the problem is not in the text, because the new criminal procedure code is quite good in terms of text, but the application is important, and the independence of courts is important, because one can take the code but interpret it in whatever way, so that later the case will be reviewed in the European Court on Human Rights, and there are many of those cases. And there are a lot of cases about the violation of Article 5 of the Constitution, the right on personal freedom. This was the Lutsenko case and other cases. There were violations of other fundamental rights. So this violence should not be used. It should always be proportional according to the, and it always should be according to the procedural resolutions of the investigator and so on. So I'm now watching the Maidan in Zelensky Square.
Now people are starting to gather in some place of Krishchatyk. I see that people starting to gather in one side. Coming back to our discourse, when I was lastly present at the hearing of the European Court, I was talking to the judges, to the Secretariat employees. They asked me why such an unproportional limitation of freedom exists in Ukraine. In a certain case, in other countries of Europe, people are jailed very seldom. In Ukraine, the court decisions use the maximum penalties and maximum degree of punishment. Now, to restructure this power, when the main purpose of the power should be guarantee the main liberties and rights of citizens, it didn't happen in 22 years in Ukraine, and now we are witnessing the consequences of that. I was talking to the police once upon a time. Recently it was changed, but an example of unproportional use of force. Experts, when comparing European police forces, when they are getting their exercise and qualification when shooting to the targets, they have a maximum score when they shoot to the hand or to the leg, and in Ukraine, when they shoot to the heart or to the head, it is a maximum qualification for the police officers. You see the difference, and those rules have to be changed in Ukraine. Even the best code of criminal procedures will not help in the situations we observe in Ukraine in December. Okay. Let's talk about new code of criminal procedures. Can there be some simplified scenario for those investigative activities? What can be the grounds to change it, and why the existing one is not helping to show the people, especially the high resonance proceeding from it? In the Soviet times, fear was the main driver for the people to hold them in submission. When there was no confidence to the law enforcement bodies, every fourth person was in the concentration camps or in political prison. The way used now, the way of violence, will lead to nowhere. An immediate roundtable should be organized to stop this conflict from further escalation. Otherwise, a sea of blood would appear, and it would be above all reasonable sense. I know you have been a member of Constitution Assembly, not me personally, but I was an advisor of the Committee on Human Rights upon the request of Vladimir Bitkevich, Butkevich, who was the head of this committee. But after Butkevich and other 7 persons left this committee, I trust the opinion of those persons. Once again, coming back to the constitutional experience of France, the Ensemble Constituant from French, that is makes a constitutional assembly, and a body under the president cannot bear this name, Constitutional Assembly. You remember when Zheleznak disrupted that assembly? The main idea of that body is to adopt new constitution. I want to remind you that the change of constitution should be performed according to the relevant procedure. It shouldn't be made under the form of a poll, of a you know, many 100 experts left the Constitutional Assembly. Yes, I just mentioned it on it. Okay, taking into account your large experience and intellectual luggage, what would you suggest the Ukrainian authorities? First of all, they should stop violence. For the second, they should quickly and efficiently investigate the massive beating of people in the night, in the relevant night. It's not permissible just to detain those people who presumably attacked barricade lines and without even bringing to liability somebody from the side of authority. No, that issue was raised, and Minister of Interiors for next time in a row on the website apologized from what happened, but there are no real activities, no real countermeasures to what happened. That is really how the state is violating the rights of its citizens. I may not analyze right now the evidences as regards the persons who were jailed for 60 days, those activists. But once again, we do see unproportional use of force in the context of the Article 5 of the Convention. Okay, they say that there was they induced some links to the internet which would allegedly show the participation of those persons. I read on the internet that 93 hryvnias was found in the pockets of every citizen. It proves to that the state violated the convention. There is Igor Prever. He was victimized most of all, and the research was made without presence of lawyers, and they allegedly found some proclamations, some papers urging to enter a bratstvo, etc. Such very doubtful issues. Okay, this is a normal practice in for that power. As from the point of view of European Court, the court resolutions based just on such weak evidences are not legal. Also, the imprisonment for 60 days should be undertaken in exclusive cases when the representatives of the state would be absolutely sure on that person attacked the state. The professionalism of the new administrative and procedural criminal code was praised. Obviously, there are some positive changes as regards the application of enforcement, the application of preventive actions against the detainees. Yes, for example, Andrei Portnov says that only in exclusive cases people would be jailed. In the major cases, people would pay some pledge to stay free, etc. There was a fresh detainment in Lvov when Oleg Panas, an activist, a photographer, was detained quite on the street. His blamed to participate in the unrest, and now Lviv people blocked the Lviv police office in Lviv, but he was transported to Kiev already. He was just detained in the center of Lviv. He's incriminated a theft of a mobile phone. He just had time enough to shout, "Help me, I'm a Maidan activist." He was detained near a shop on Gorodotsky Street. He was placed to a car with a relevant target number, You can see there the girlfriend of him said that those who detained him told he would rob a mobile phone. Okay, we now have Natalka Gumenyuk in connection from Batkovshchina office, where an assault by security forces happened today.
Оглянути місце події, тому що залишалося досі воно тобто ніхто зумисно не ходив, представників партії причина для того, щоб усі докази були недоторкані.
Something about the evidences.
Побачити,
They seized some equipment due to the request of a group of citizens. That is a comment on the seizure of computer servers in Turevska Street. According to, it was sanctioned by the court. It is just a coincidental. Although we can see the office. We would like you to Okay, you can see what is around the office. We saw what happened in Turevska Street. There is a relevant statement by the Ministry of Interior as regards those occurrences. They say they got a request, a notice from a group of persons informing on that some persons, some officials appropriated in a burglary way, used fraud to be appropriated of a number of computer equipment. And these data have been registered in the single register of proceedings and qualified as fraud according to the relevant article of the code, and another article like misuse of official position. Within the frameworks of the court trial, the militiamen performed a research in the premise of the structure and seized computer equipment and documents of the enterprise, being the evidence in the criminal proceeding. The pretrial proceeding is ongoing now. That was a comment of the Ministry of Interior's regarding the assault of Batkovshchina headquarters and assault of the 3 mass media located in the same building. Can it happen in Ukraine when Alpha people can break in an office without explaining the grounds? Even if they have grounds for a seizure, the lawyers should commence this criminal case. But it is a very strange coincidence, to name it so, that exactly in the days when such political activities happen, the power through the courts undertakes such a pressure. Let's listen to the representative of Batkivshina, who was on the place of events. He will talk on what happened. Please tell us what happened and what's happening now. There was a seizure, an unlawful seizure of the equipment of the political party Batkivshina that was legally owned by the party. The militia men in plain clothes came in without introducing themselves, without showing any identity documents, and when they have been shown our identity, they imitated not to even be able to read that, and they seized the property of the office. And presently we are waiting for the decision of the court, the representatives fulfill the happening.
Діяли вони супроч українському закону без будь-яких на те законодавчих судових підстав. Тож будемо шукати насправді і пояснення, і далі реагувати на ситуацію в залежності від того, чим закінчиться робота слідчо-оперативної групи.
Зараз нікого там приміщень немає, вони залишили територію і...
Так, зараз нікого наразі вже немає, вони покинули територію, і Беркут, і мені здається, бійці не представилися, інформації надано не було.
Neither of our requests to inform whatever information remained without any answer. Thank you. Thank you. HromadskeTV Andrei Pishny, the deputy from the party Batkivshina, explained us what happened here in Churivska Street office of Batkivshina party, where the masked people being Berkut department representatives came into this territory and brought away the properties of the office. Now militia is called for to find out what happened here. Some documents have been seized and taken out of here. We stay here to follow up what happens. No militia, no law enforcement bodies are now here. Okay, the office of Batkivshina promised us to send us the video from their closed-circuit TV cameras to see how the search and seizure was performed. Militia stated that search and seizure happened within the framework of investigation of a fraud allegedly performed by Batkivshina office. This evening, a statement by José Manuel Barroso appeared. I can show you on the screen. He stated, "My call to all the intellectuals, to all women and men, to all the citizens not to feel like defeated and find forces to fight against negative forces, which, like extremism, etc., With all those challenges, you shouldn't stay within comfort areas in establishment parties. You have to be courageous to go out and to struggle. His speech about Ukraine is rather long. I will not read it out completely. It would take a video of 15 minutes. He stated all this whilst being in Milan. In Milan on T34. That is not complete, not full text. I have a complete translation of this text. He said that he had a phone conversation with Yanukovych. He urged him to restrain from violence due to the recent events. He urged him to respect the will and the resoluteness of the people who are expressing their feelings and their will. And tomorrow, Catherine Ashton from the European Union will come to try to find solutions for the situation developing in Ukraine. In Ukraine, not only with the western part of it, but most major part of Ukrainians are concerned about their future and about their freedoms. Our history is the history of openness. That was the statement by José Manuel Barroso. It is a historical moment followed with dramatism. It is a higher level compared to Orange Revolution of 2004, and it is more democratic. A new generation arrived and was formed of the people for whom the rights and the freedom are real values, and the state has to guarantee them those values. Saint Augustine said once, "I can't define what is God, but I do exactly know what is godlessness." I can give you my microphone. Some mystical happenings I hear. The same phrase was pronounced in 20th century by Bertolt Brecht. He said that it's known that the power is originating from the people, but it's very interesting. Things happens when the power goes beyond the people. So rephrasing Saint Augustine, we could say that we know that when the power belongs to the people, we can strictly understand the moment when the power no more belongs to the people. Probably the people came to the Maidan because they understood that it's not sufficient to be free only during the elections. The rights and the freedoms belong to them from their birthday. Those are their natural rights. Moreover, there is an important issue talking about the 5th article of the Constitution. Nobody can retain the state power. It is a balance. We mentioned in the beginning of our conversation the rights for freedom of speech and peaceful assemblies, which result from, on one side, in violent unrest is by the peaceful demonstrators or by authority representatives. All of them have to know that the people has to have freedom of speech and have the possibility to assemble peacefully, to express their opinions. There is a declaration of the rights of a free citizen of French Revolution. It is not very useful because a revolution sheds blood, but I want to as a matter of fact, the French Revolution took not one day, not 1 year. It continued for 10 years or more. It has no interruption. We couldn't directly compare that revolution with the current happenings, but during the Soviet times, a revolution was connected with dead bodies everywhere. Anyway, the experience of revolutions is not very positive. Also, talking once again about French Revolution, the Jacobin dictatorship. When it came, it understood the homeland in a wider sense. I want to quote second article of the French Declaration of the year 79. The goal of any political alliance is to provide for the rights of a person, like freedom and fighting against oppression. The same is repeated in the American Declaration of Freedoms. When the violence proves to a coward idea to make the people be appeased with despotism, the people has to abate, has to overthrow such a power. In the modern constitution of Germany, the same right is pronounced. Here, I do not urge to overthrow any government. I urge to come to an understanding. We have to stop the development of now. The fifth article of the constitution says that nobody can usurp the state power. Otherwise, the people has its natural right to overtake the power. It is indirectly shown by the fifth article of the Constitution, and also is clearly stated in the preamble to this General Declaration of Human Rights in France. What happens now wouldn't prove to the usurpation of the power by the current authorities. From the point of view of the international law, to a certain extent, up to now, there is no such direct infringement. When blood will be shed, when people will die, that will be a limit, after which only darkness could arrive. Let's hope for the best. The block of Bogoslovskaya, which calls to protect the barricade on Bogomoltsa Street, is present here. And now I would propose all of us to see an exclusive interview to HromadskeTV from Mikhail Saakashvili, who is present in Kiev currently. Thank you very much for coming to us. I was in Tbilisi in 2008 taking an interview from you. Thank you for that opportunity and for today's opportunity. You know that we are from HromadskeTV, from a public TV, independent TV. We know that Georgia supports Ukraine. I am sure that you will say some words of support for Ukrainians. And we have a unique opportunity to talk to a person who for 10 years have been the president of a country and who can assess the international policy and all the happenings under quite another angle of view. Georgia, coming back to the war which happened in 2008, Georgia was supported strongly by the United States. Georgia was an exemplar country with the maximum support. Anyway, it didn't prevent from the aggression to happen. So the question is, how much such an international support really is important in such situation? Many people expect upon it. Obviously, it's talking about a military attack of Ukraine, it's impossible compared to Georgia, for example. So we can exclude this option right away. But let's not forget that the reality since 2008 evolved and changed a lot. Europe answered with Eastern Partnership on the events of 2008. AA agreement, association agreement should be signed also in consequence of Eastern Partnership. It was a good result of those 2008 happenings. Obviously, the support is of major importance in European Union now. There is a full understanding of the political competition taking place in Ukraine. They do understand very well the role of Ukraine. Before the Orange Revolution, and the leaders of Orange Revolution could be criticized for the mistakes performed for many years, which were natural for everybody. But Ukraine wasn't perceived in the role it's perceived now. Ukraine got a chance to break through and to come to Europe, and Europe wants it. We saw it during the last week in reality. So what happens now? It is a raidership attack. It is a coward attempt of Putin to intercept Ukraine, to overtake it. I believe he will not succeed in this.
So I think you shouldn't underestimate international support. But what else can be done besides statements? There are many statements. Yeah. Europe has, of course, economical leverage. Actually, Russia does not have any special leverage. Well, they can provide you with some money, with some billions of money, but Russia cannot distribute these billions immediately. People would not benefit. Well, maybe this money would be like stolen by some authorities, or some ministry would do something with this money. But Russia cannot deliver this money directly to people. But we know that also Russia is in economic stagnation. Actually, in Russia, there is also a desperate economic situation, and they also admitted it's not only my idea, but the EU is for people. Look at how Poland is living now and how it lived before. It was really hungry in the early 90s. Ukrainian standard was higher. But look at Poland now. I have just been in Poland. I was astonished by the economic boom there. And it is done on the level of every citizen. In Poland now there are no billionaires and oligarchs, but average people live much better, way better. Of course, it's incomparable. And this was done by the EU, because EU takes money to develop people. Well, we keep track of the news. We know which, for example, ways of pressure and which leverage does Russia have. For example, they've got economic blockade or other. As an ex-president, as the head of the state, how is it happening? How actually does one head of the state can push on another head of the state? Well, things which Putin is doing now is actually unprecedented, because it is as bold as he never did before. And this is also a sign that he is desperate. Well, he understands that it's now a dead end. Russian society is tired, and the thing that with such a high oil price in Russia there is a recession, that shows there is no way out. So he is hysterical in trying to extend his political existence. So, of course, things which he is doing, this is basically just to show. He says, I can't do anything good for you, but I can do a lot of bad things for you. So this is a logic of a racketeer, not a state servant. So you have been in power for many years. Are you afraid of losing power? No, of course not. Because, for example, in 2007, we have run harsh reforms, and there were protests against me. Just imagine that there is 100,000 people who lost work and lost their corruptional privileges. And I retired. I retired because of that protest. I said, okay, I'm ready to go for re-elections. And that is why actually I ruled for a bit less than 9 years. So once I resigned, and then second time I resigned now. And in this moment, I passed the authority and power to other people. And in both times, it was right and correct. I told them, well, I'm not tired, but if you are tired from me, then, of course, feel free to rest from me. So, if the
authorities are strong. What is the reason why are the authorities now afraid? So in 2007, for example, we applied force protesters, but in 2009 we didn't apply any force to protesters, and well, the economy suffered a little bit, but anyway it went on. So you learn with your experience, you learn that actually you can deal peacefully with protesters. But I think here there are some more serious things going on. Here it's really an important choice, and if a nation actually denies association with EU, then it's like a political suicide for those politicians. Well, we are running out of time, but anyway, you came here in order to speak to Ukrainian people. So which positive outcomes do you see? This is my last question. Well, dialogue is always helpful, but some essential dialogue, but not just dialogue for the sake of the dialogue. That is why I think that there are other open opportunities. So I think that, well, you, the Ukrainian people, and the Russian, you have all the powers, and Putin will not be able to influence your country. What is this device? We will record it, and we are streaming it live. We're back again. So we're back in studio. In the studio now we've got a change of presenters. So Roman Skriping is with me. So this is live, so this happens. So the director of the Internews programs, a philosophist, a culturologist, and a translator, Vladimir Yermolenko. We've had for this interview, we've had with Saakashvili, and now. And I think I can't hear. Oh. Is it okay with the sound? Can you hear us well? Okay then. So now, if they do this cleansing, it means that there is some external force which is ruling all the events, and probably Russia is now interested in totally interested in Yanukovych losing his image completely before the European ambassadors are coming to Ukraine. We'll continue with this talk after we'll check the latest news from Anna Babinets. Anna was at the central square of Kiev. Have we got a feed from Anna? We could, now you can see a column of people which is moving from Maidan down the Institutska Street to Bankova Street. Now you can see that all the protesters here were called to go to Bankova Street, and we can see how the situation looks now. Most of the people from Maidan, from the central square, left to Bankova Street, and here we also saw on Sholkovichna Street well, there was several dozens of policemen going same direction, but now you see the column of protesters who move through this narrow passage. There is this a bottleneck and barricades, so it is a crowd, but they anyway
go up there to Bankova Street to help those who have their barricade there, because it looks that police get reinforcement, and some reinforcement is needed also to protesters. Once again, you can see the central square. So there is the stage, so most girls and ladies, they stay here, and all men went up there to Bankova Street. Anna Babinets is now on Maidan. Well, not so many people. Yes, I have been there, I can confirm. There are not so many people, not as much as yesterday. So I came down Sofiyska Street, there was nothing there, but when I went back, there was a bus with interior troops. I talked to these soldiers. Well, these are not Berkut, these are not riot police. These interior troops are more adequate, and they say they don't plan anything, no violence, they won't beat anybody. I can confirm this because we have seen from all the sides, and yes, interior troops actually they can even take tea and sandwiches from people, and they are quite positive, they communicate, so it's all right. Interior troops are okay, but probably they will get rotated. Yeah, of course. If an assault would come, other protesters will do the assault. But there is the idea that they might arrest many people to bargain with the Europeans. But I don't know if this scenario exists. It's totally absurd. If this scenario is there, then Ashton would just go back. She needs to meet both authorities and the opposition. What would be the mood? I don't know. If they speak about European leverage on Ukraine, then Yanukovych is expecting for money. Well, Сегодня newspaper has written that he expects to get 10 billion, and he wants to rescue economical situation. And the European position is easy. They don't want to transform it into bargaining. Well, if you say there is some external influence or influence of other states, which states? Russia, of course. Well, you say naturally as if it's like all wide no. Well, I think this is evident because, look, who initiated this idea of the three-partisan negotiations? Because we had negotiations only with Europe. And then it's evident if there is the idea of the threefold negotiations, then it's influence of Russia. We've asked the members of the parliament from Party of Regions, and the answer was that they suggested these negotiations because they take care about national interests. And Mr. Chechetov, everybody is smiling when they hear this name, Mr. Chechetov said that Russia will just close their borders and no import or export would happen with Russia. Well, but this is Russia's influence on our bilateral relations between Ukraine and Europe. We had negotiations about this association, and then Russia just intrudes. Well, Russia just substitutes what they import from Ukraine to other goods which are produced inside. But I can't understand their motivation. What do they... So if they substitute Ukrainian import to their local production, they would never regain importing from Ukraine, because this would harm their domestic production. Now, Russians say that their customs union is the equivalent of the EU, but EU had their history of integration starting from economy and then going to politics. But their customs union starts from politics and then goes to economy. But nevertheless, the question is open. We need to... I mean, if Russia cuts Ukrainian import now, they use their domestic production, but they will never return Ukrainian import. Well, if they don't get Ukrainian import, then the customs union would not exist. Why? Because both Kazakhstan and Belarus understand that they need a fourth player. Well, I think Ukraine usually ruins it all. You remember the country, the community of independent states, and Ukraine always plays the role of like Britain in the EU, in reference to Russian organizations. Well, they also have some interesting play that, for example, Russia is the member of World Trade Organization and Belarus is not a member of World Trade Organization. So Russia has a certain tariffs to other countries, but Belarus does not have these tariff limitations. So, for example, to Belarusian goods, we can put any tariffs, we can put any duties, but we are not doing this. No, but this anyway, this difference is the source of conflict inside the customs union. And now Edward Lucas said that there is this idea that Yanukovych got something for his promise to enter customs union, but Ukraine, I think, now must renegotiate with other World Trade Organization members if they want to enter customs union, and it's not possible. So Zik website says that law enforcement officers keep pushing people from the building of government to the European Square. Interfax says that with shields they move towards the line of protesters and push them back. That no clashes. We are waiting for the broadcast from Dmitro Gnab, and there is a question: what comes next? When the opposition is blocking the governmental buildings, many of our experts say that, oh, finally the opposition is doing the right thing. So they do not occupy buildings, they don't capture them, but they just block them. So it's not a violation of the law, although they prevent government from work. Is it actually a right thing to do? And if the president is doing the right thing when he says, I don't know. I think that well, they've got different tactics, but I think now with modern technologies, with the Facebook, it's much more effective to gather people to some special event than just make them just stand there and probably be in the, under the danger of some violent attack. So I think we shouldn't exactly copy what we did in 2004. So now we can mobilize people in a more effective way with the new technologies. Now there's a question. Well, some people say that opposition is a little bit late, but it's, for example, they say that yesterday there was 1 million people on the streets of Kiev. Well, there are different estimations. Some say 600,000, some say 1 million. But in this crowd or a mob, what happened? It's okay, it's okay. You should have prepared microphone beforehand. Nevertheless, we know we've got many technical faults. All this energy needs... if people keep coming, for example, they show that they are united, that there is some power, but then the authorities don't react. Then next... There's no way out for this energy. For example, now it's working day. Yesterday there was a crowd, a lot of energy, so they've taken down the Lenin monument. Now, let's check the video from Maidan. I will start my... No, you are starting the wrong thing. No, it's not me. Why do you put this thing on the air? I don't understand what's there. Yeah, when you sit there at the computer, it's all fast, but when you're on the air, it actually turns out that it takes a lot of time. So these are people on the central square. Well, and this is more than on a regular day off, because it's just Monday night. And I think more people will come when they hear the news. Well, firstly, people are a bit afraid. Oh, I smile. We have a new guest. We have a guest, the Bishop Vladimir Guzak. And here, I keep saying that we can say that change of government is a strategic purpose, but things which happen on Maidan, it's actually the creation of this society, because people are surrounded by violence in their everyday life. This is some rudeness or some violations of rights. And there's a paradox. Western riots often are violent because people are there on the streets and they start trashing windows and burning cars, because violence is channeled and they don't have violence in their everyday life. So when they have riots, there is violent riot. But here we have a lot of violence in the everyday life. So this is, let's say, a peace riot, if let me... well, with this ruining of Lenin monuments, and people said this is vandalism, and that Europe will now say that you're vandals. Well, Sikorsky actually said that it's a good thing. Well, actually, I'm curious what the reaction of Europe would be on putting down the monument. Well, this is just a monument. Vandalism is a different thing. I've been reading it through newspapers yesterday. So they just stated the fact that the protesters in Kiev have taken down the Lenin monument. And for me, it is a symptom that it turns out that communism and Lenin appear as an enemy. So it shows that we are on some stage of development, just like Polish people in middle 80s, when their main symbol of enemy was Lenin. I thought that now we've got more modern topics, but Ukrainian riot is the creation of society. We've got information that all the cafes and shops closed down in the center. Yes, it's true. Let me read from correspondence. In Khreshchatyk, all the shops are closed down. In the Globe Trade Center, the food court is closed, all the shops are closed. Actually, McDonald's closed down 2 hours before. Yes, I've been there and they closed it down. But nevertheless, it just confirms. I think it's not their initiative. I think it was an order. Somebody ordered them to close down. Because we have seen that, for example, Sushi, which closed down today, was providing free tea and coffee the other day. Also, Natalia Gumenyuk is reporting from HromadskeTV office. Now I am uploading the video and I will send you video files which portray the events. There is a resolution of the court and she can explain about jumping over the fence and kicked outdoors. So there are no servers and she is using her own mobile internet. Also, the reporter says that entrance to Maidan from Kostyulna Street is guarded by 30 Berkuts, by 30 riot police. Well, before it was interior troops. Well, I've been there and it was interior troops. Yes, I also seen interior troops there. But now she says that there are 30 Berkuts, 30 riot police, and they let people come in one by one. But yes, it's true. Even if you see this picture, we can see there are 2 trucks and they just let people in one by one. But there were interior troops, so we need to make sure. Yes, I don't think they would use riot police for some block posts. They will use Berkut riot police for something more serious. So, speaking again, what should we do? Where should we channel this energy? Seeing today's events, sorry, I'm interrupting. 20 people on the 5th channel, they are down there at Leninska Kuznia place. This is the location of the national channel, channel 5. I can explain how channel 5 is working because I've been working there. This is the administrative building of Leninska Kuznia. There is a reception and you can get the floor of the 5th channel through the elevator. So how can you occupy the 5th channel? I don't know. So maybe they've blocked the entrance. Yes, they have blocked the entrance where there is the reception and the entrance. Maybe we can call somebody of the 5th channel. I don't know who is there now. It's very easy to check once again because it's everything on the internet. They will now put live. Yes, I am checking their website. If they put some picture from down there, we'll put it on our feed as well. So we see that police is just slowly pushing the protesters down. So maybe at night there would be an attempt to close it all down in some quiet way? I don't know, it's hard to say. Yeah, it's hard to say for me. We've met Yegor Sobolev and I asked, what shall we do? And he said, take women and children out of Maidan. And yes, the whole organization at Maidan is that they've even didn't let anybody into their campus. But I think it's the right thing to do. Now they need to avoid all the situations of violence, and the worse the situation would be, then the closer it would be to Belarusian or Yugoslavian scenario. Yugoslavian? You mean with shooting and bloodshed? It is possible. I think everything is possible. Actually, today, well, there were some parallels with Yugoslavia, but it's quite far, because Yugoslavia is a totally different story. There it started because communist ideology of Broz Tito was slowly changed by the new ideology, which has brought a clear confrontation into the society. Nevertheless, what is the possible outcome? So they push protesters out, or they don't push, but what is the possible outcome? Will we actually get the re-election? Will we have this chance?
The protesters and the revolutionaries will not bring to the war. It's funny to hear about the impeachment, because before that a law on impeachment should be adopted, and we have currently another situation. One of our root causes for our problems is the existing hierarchy, and one person is ruling from the top. It has no counterbalances. The Belarusian society is also structured in the same way, that the top person is controlling everything. Our society, contrarily, is very pluralistic, because there are many companies, many enterprises that depend only upon themselves. That's why they come to Maidan. But all the decisions should have an originating point which is not controlled by anybody. That is why we are coming to the situation of 2004, when the constitution was changed. Do you know, in the night I went to a Belarusian website, and there was a request to the inhabitants of Minsk, would they go to Maidan, to the Belarusian Maidan, I mean, in the night. Most of them, the majority of them answered, no, I wouldn't go. My life is quite satisfying me. I have a family, I have a job, etc. Okay, but they have a certain system of economic influence. 80% of the economy is state one, and the economy is connected with Lukashenko's family. You are influenced through economics. You can be not paid your salary that comes from one and the same source. In Ukraine, you have pluralism in this sense. No, I want to become skeptical. I want to ask you, where are people now in Maidan? You can see they are going here and there. You see, in 5 minutes, more people have approached the stages. No, I believe it's quite rational now not to go to the Maidan. It is the decision to save yourselves, of self-saving, because it's quite rational not to let women and children go to Maidan now. It's much better to collect when there is no threat of force application. And is the perimeter ruined? Can we show how all the entrances to the underground transportation system was blocked? And we can see now how it looks out if we are ready to produce. To show the video we shot a few hours ago. Now we are recording the video from the site of Independence Square. We have barricades here, protection. Nobody can enter here. It is a rare occasion when the underground passage in the area of this square is so solitary. Nobody is here. Let's see how the metro station, how the underground station looks from inside. Record, please. We shall stay here and fight against any forces. HromadskeTV. Good afternoon. Please can you tell us why we have this lockdown? Because people say that at the outlet of underground there is a department of Berkut, and they could come to assault from different sides. Have you seen them? Yes, the cameras are shooting there. The cameras are recording them on the outlet of underground. The people here is doing everything to prevent them from an unexpected assault. Can you see how the station itself is barricaded to prevent whoever from penetrating here? But inside there, is there anybody? There are people protecting this place. Good afternoon, we are HromadskeTV. As of now, the underground station could be mined. A bomb could be hidden here. That is why the stations officially were closed. What's your name? My name is Alexander. I am a military and I am an activist. I believe I better lose my job than not to go to the... Are you on service now? Not. I am already not on service now. That is how the protection, the guardian of this area happens. We can see some people standing here. We have a policeman, a militiaman here. Is it a general? Yes, it's some top officer of police force. We are now found at the passage to Independence Square. That is near the trade union house. Everything is closed here, it's barricaded. You can't go out here. The activists even removed the grids of the sewage. In this way, this passage is blocked from all the sides. The authorities provided a provocational information that a bomb is hidden here to expel everybody, to drive everybody to leave the square, the Maidan. Whom are you struggling for? I'm struggling for myself. Everything that we change now will return to basic condition. We'll recover the basic condition of everything we change. We are not destroying anything. We are not changing here. We are just standing here. What is happening here? The expert and patrolling service is present over there. Nobody else. Everything was closed. What was the explanation of the reason? We can't explain. We have been called by our chiefs. We are the security of these small shops. And what about the bomb, the explosives allegedly available here? Have you been instructed about it? No, no instruction. But have you been instructed how to leave this place? Yes, we can leave it through the door here, but the door is closed. No, it's open, so you can leave this place. It's very difficult to leave from here. There is only one entrance. Hello, what are you doing here? We are from HromadskeTV. Please, you are a woman, you are a girl, please leave this place. As a general politics is not now valid. Why? Is there any danger? I don't know, but do you know why the underground stations have been closed? I don't know. I am not sure about the real reason for this. That is why we urge all the women, all the girls to leave this place. The boys, the men should stay here only. Okay, therefore you can see an empty underground passage. Some time ago, the Independence Square underground station was unblocked. We traveled there at 5 p.m. Everything was still closed and locked. And that's how it appeared, how we showed it to you. I was afraid what happens there. Maybe the bomb is really there, how people will leave that place. But the activists said that they became those shields to block the people, to block the entrance for the people, to prevent them from entering. They have been very surprised when they saw Berkut in the station. They asked, what Berkut is doing here? Are they unmining? Are they looking for the bomb? But they say they will not disturb Berkut. If Berkut will attack, they will retreat. So there is a good organization over there. What is your opinion about the organization of the activities on Maidan now? I have been there just 1 hour ago. Basically, some tents are already removed. Some tents are standing on place, are remaining. I believe people is organizing to stay there. At some moment, women were prevented from coming there, and I witnessed that moment. We have a connection now, yeah? I apologize. It's Independence Square once again from the site of Mikhailovska Square, near McDonald's.
Також з'явилася інформація, яку ми перевіряли щодо того, що на Хрещатику і на Майдані Незалежності закривають ресторани.
They are closing the shops on Independence Square. We can show now where in Globus, in the part where the windows, the glass part is, there are restaurants present for. They are not working, they are closed. You can't even come there to warm yourself. That part of Globus is closed. Here in this part, we found a couple of restaurants. They say they have difficulties with supplies of foods. The machines are not allowed to come in. Who is preventing them? Nobody knows, militia or somebody else. But some shops are still working. Although there are information on that many shops and fast foods have been closed on Khrushchev. We showed you McDonald's at Khrushchev. It is closed. McDonald's here appears to be closed as well on the Independence Square from this side. The traffic is recovered here. Interior troopers, not the Berkut, is standing here. You can't use shops and fast foods to eat, to warm up. Everything is closed. This is HromadskeTV. Continue to follow us. I have a question. Why McDonald's was closed? Because Maidan has its own well-organized fast food, but people want to eat. I believe it was an indication from top to close feeding points, because people can come there and feed, eat something. I was evidencing when sushi, fast food and McDonald's were closed simultaneously. That is the main point where people gather to warm up, to eat something. So it might be an indication of that preparation for the night is now ongoing to prevent people from any point to hide. They have on the square. They have large tents where you can warm up, those military tents. In 2004, everything was working around Maidan, if you can remember. Maybe they just understand that if people will hide in the nearby buildings, they can construct barricades. It will be difficult to get them out of there. I imagine the title of news: the protesters on Maidan have barricaded themselves inside McDonald's. It would seem absurd, but those are the activities I can hardly explain. in the Ukrainian history, we have very little occasions of some force application. In 1994, we remember those occasions. Then, when the White Brotherhood organization was dissipated, some force activities, and another few occasions of force application were in the Ukrainian history. And this is the first ever time when we see such a counterstanding at such extent and such a large escalation of situation. If you remember that in the West there was a popular thesis on that Ukraine is a second Yugoslavia, that it will be split in few republics and the civil war would start here. And somebody even thought that Ukraine is much worse than Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia is just nothing compared to what was expected to be Ukraine, but it didn't happen. And the demonstration of the 1st of December, people came against violence. People came out to protest. The slogan of the Maidan changed. In the beginning, they came to vote for Europe, saying Ukraine is Europe, but when students were beaten, they changed their slogan. You can remember that Tunis revolution started from self-burning of street shoppers, of an entrepreneur in Tunis. Just one victim raised the revolution in Tunis. In Ukraine, we have same situation with more victims also. We can't say that Ukraine is unique in this sense. I'm meaning that Ukraine has a gradual escalation of the situation. This urgent connections is somebody has to follow PC, computer. I'm following it, but I am not in time to follow everything. It's Luturanska Street, broadcasting by Dmitro Knap. A good night to the audience of HromadskeTV. I'm Dmitro Knap. I'm broadcasting online live as he is the administration of the president, and we see Universitetska Street, and we see the counterstanding of interior troopers, and some reinforcement is arriving to the troopers. More and more of them are appearing here. What we do see now, we see a detachment of riot forces who are near those barricades created by the protesters. And now we shall show you how these special forces are located here. You see the tents standing here. The Brotherhood of the Ring. Олекса, там студія задавлює вулицю. можна ж відрегулював. And they are encouraging. Somebody is encouraging with his chanting. Now they are very densely. It's very densely locked by the servicemen. From this side, the street is locked. Studio. From the left side, it's also locked.
Зорієнтуватися, так вони в нас екстрено виходять. Це була біля банку.
See that the army men are arriving, are added. The situation is developing gradually, step by step, but I believe... Студию поднять. Yes, for the security, on one side it's very bad, because it means that people, first of all, are concerned on the security, on the safety, to safeguard what is already existing, not to create something new. But it's positive, because, to repeat, the 1st of December, they first of all came when they saw that there is a threat to life. And that was a massive uprising. The escalation is possible, but I believe the higher it will be escalation, it will mobilize people even more. Yes, because... but a disappointment could appear when everything would be closed. But I believe that also mobilization to some radical activities could follow. Because on the 1st of December, people I know said, nobody mobilized us. We ourselves came here by our inner urge. We didn't want it to listen to the songs on the Maidan. We wanted to apprehend, to seize this building. Okay, but what else? After seizing the building, people would proclaim themselves presidents, or what? It was useless to go to a presidential administration where there was no president at the time. What else should you do? Just dance on the square, on Maidan? I want to repeat once again that people will always react to response on violences. Do you see the violence which happened, covered and came larger than all the rest of all the other positive issues? For example, the abatement of Lenin's monument brought more attention and crossed out the positive achievements. So I believe, once more, for me, it's not a discotheque, it's not a Maidans, not just dancing under Ruslana's songs. It is a first opportunity when the Ukrainian solidarity of the peoples is appearing and is generating. Okay, we shall thank our guest, and now we shall have Boris Fedyak, Venerable Father. I will try to call to the husband of the sister of Oleg Panas, who was detained here in Lvov because he was in the activities.
Да, я понял. Change of interpreter. Now, a Greek Catholic Church leader in France. I met him yesterday, Sunday, on the Bankova street, on the governmental street. And he was standing there and looking at the rows and rows of people passing by. This is so. Let me introduce to you. Let me introduce our guest to you. This is yeah, we met in France and Portugal, and yeah, we met in several. In the last 5 days, we've met in such various places. Okay, so have you been on Maidan just now? For this day and 2 days more, there will be a summoning of Greek Catholic Church. There are 5 bishops in the world who once per year they gather on a synod, and there's another gathering that happens 4 times a year. So it so happened that at these days, this congregation is happening in Ukraine. We're all very concerned, and you see how many Greek Catholic priests are there. Yeah, we've seen on Maidan there are many Eastern Orthodox and Greek Catholic priests. So let me just ask you about the priests on Maidan. There are various slogans flying around. There are very different people, and they all seem to support what's happening. How do you feel? Is it really necessary? Is it really necessary that people are protesting and preaching at the same time? And Libomir Huzar, he was there yesterday alongside with political leaders, and so after the word of God, there was a rally to go and picket the governmental house. So do you see it reasonable? Let me tell you this: Christ was known to be with the sinners. He was never shy of being with the sinners, and the God sent to various people who have all kinds of vices, all kinds of ideas, all kinds of strange things, and so there's one proof of the holy beginning of the church. For 2,000 years, the bishops couldn't manage to destroy the church. They didn't. And this is the last words of the new Pope Francis. I wish the church to be brutalized, and it may be even dirty, but it has to be close to people. It doesn't have to be something abstract and far away, far off. The church is not against the sinners. It is for righting the wrongs. And yeah, we can hear people in Maidan saying different kinds of things, but those who want to see only the wrong in the words, they will always. You can always find something extreme and wrong in the words people say. But what do you think about the rally to go and picket and picket the governmental houses to stake them? Do you see it as humanistic? Well, it is humanistic to act peacefully during the peaceful protest, to have faith, to have hopes for the betterment of humanity. This is why Maidan in Kiev and in other countries of Ukraine and dozens of cities is the focal point of people's attention for 3 weeks in a row. This peaceful protest has been all this time in the focus of the newspapers, the media channel. Even in France, they're writing about it. There's huge support. Yeah, every week on Sundays, there are meetings, and our listeners, our attendees, your volunteers. It's the support for the young, for the ideals. France is a part of European community, and they see the people who want to be with them. What are these? Who are these people? Why are they standing in the cold weather? Why are they singing and praying? So it's a very interesting phenomenon. Even more so that the French start learning a lot about the history of this country, that in Ukraine, and during the 20th century, about 17 million people were killed. So yesterday, you saw the toppling of the monument to Lenin, the symbol of authoritarian state of the communists. But there are still a lot of people who think this is an act of vandalism. What do you think? It's, of course, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church has a very negative attitude to the communism and totalitarian state. Well, what about the Orthodox? They're not here, so let's just stick to the Greek Orthodox. Let me tell you, Lenin, as he came to power in January 1918, the Bolsheviks murdered Kiev Metropolitan Church leaders, and they did not pick people. Lenin commanded, we have to inflict such a pain and terror to church that it stands on the knees and it's completely crushed. Lenin, in fact, was the father of the big, with capital T, in the 20th century. It's the forefather of the terrorist regime. It's the person who started this process in 1917 when Eastern Orthodox bishops. Over 22 years, by 1939, there were only 4 bishops, of the church bishop. But is it really a reasonable thing to top monuments in the manner that they did yesterday? Well, you don't have to worry. I'm just asking, is it vandalism or not? It could have been a decision by the government to a lawful act, but no, they had to drag it down by police, and people could have suffered. No, nobody suffered. I don't think we should cry over it. There's no crying over this monument. I understand. There are people in the eastern and southern parts of Ukraine. For them, it's some kind of symbol for the whole epoch, the whole era of their life. We could, of course, argue whether the monument should have been toppled the way it was yesterday, where 800,000 people were due to this toppling. Maybe not yesterday. Maybe they should have done it 20 years ago. We could have not imagined it, and the Germans couldn't have imagined. Maybe we should say something in English.
Imagine that in the center of Berlin today there would still be a statue of Hitler.
Чи може хтось уявити?
You can't paint a small swastika anywhere in Germany. Because these are symbols of genocide.
В Німеччині ви навіть найменшого символу свастики ніде не знайдете, тому що це є символ геноциду. Я просто не
Just so you know, our guests have been born in Harvard. My parents, due to Lenin's terror, they couldn't have given birth to their son in Ukraine. So let's say the president of Ukraine and the one responsible for what's happening in Ukraine is on the president, who should have thought about the civil a citizen's reaction and response, and the president should talk, should communicate somehow to the citizens. And what we see is the president who's completely distanced away from the people, who's not even talking, who's not even stooping down to. And there are people saying that Yanukovych is not is going against the human rights. What we see now, the army focusing on the center, is not the sign of a peaceful, peaceful and faithful person. I don't think it's a person who honestly has a faith in God. These things that you're saying, they're very important. The initiative of 1st of December, which started, which was said by Lyubomir Huzar and Maidan, and today's address of the All-Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organizations. I think all the people, all the reasonable people, yeah, we can read it out, we can read it, this address. Participants of the civil unrest, of the civil peaceful protests, we should stick to the peaceful manner of our protest. Two Ukrainian congregations said that, who met on Tuesday on the All-Ukrainian Council. Yeah, it sounds similar. All these statements, they are all similar. The statements of presidents, governments, yeah, they're all. I found it as well. I can read it as well. The statement of initiative group, the 1st of December, due to the events that are I'm sorry, this is wrong. This is a different text. I can't seem to find it. Yeah, you keep searching. I will continue. Meanwhile, so it's very important to develop a dialogue, to start the dialogue. Everybody's stating that, everybody's stressing that, and I address everyone. I urge the president. Don't be afraid of your people. Don't be afraid of the people who show respect and love to their country, who show care. These are not the people who want something bad. They want truth, justice. They want the law to be equal and everyone to have recourse to the law.
They want freedom. They want the rule of law. They are looking for their future, and they see that the present is eliminating this future. They're speaking in a very peaceful way. They're singing and dancing. And they're very grateful to all of you in different countries who have lent them your support, your prayers, your solidarity, your voice. Speak out on behalf of peace and justice in Ukraine.
Yeah, just what I'm saying is that we have a simultaneous translation in the studio. So it was an address to the young people. Let me say it, I will say it myself again. I was addressing all those millions and millions of people all over the world who support you. I urge them all to support this, the justice, to pray for these peaceful protests, to show, to raise their voice in their communities in support of peace, justice, and the rule of law, which everyone should have recourse to. And it's also very important. There are three focal points in the statement of the 2nd December. The first is dialogue. The second is investigation into the acts of violence and the guarantees and steps to prevent further acts of violence like this. And also sanctions that should be imposed to people who are guilty of issuing unlawful orders. And the third point, and from the statement of the 1st of December, is that this government has to be sacked. The government, the only government, or maybe the Minister of Internal Affairs. I'm saying that the government is associated with this unlawful tactics. I still disagree. Everybody knows in Ukraine that there's one person who has a hand over all these processes, is the President Yanukovych. It's such a strict vertical of power. It's a very vertical structure of power. It's not even hierarchy. Whether it's going to be Prime Minister Azarov or Vice Prime Minister Arbuzov, and unless they sack the president, everything remains the same. There will be change, no matter who the president will be. But this peaceful protest of millions and the solidarity of millions of other peoples over the world, it will not let the world remain unchanged. I will just quote you the words of a French bishop. We see your air now, and we've found that students have been prosecuted for these peaceful protests, and we've known the cases of buses from Lviv being blocked on the road and not let into Kiev. And they are asking for reassurance because students are worried over these things. Dear friends, in the I quoted Jesus' words yesterday, and let me say it again. Don't be afraid. Have faith, and you will. It will make you. It will give you rebirth. All the skeptics, all the faith overcomes skepticism. Pardon for interrupting you. So once again, friends, don't be afraid. Be brave. We have lived through much harsher times, and our road to the promised land is not an easy one. We've been 22 years on this road, maybe 25 years, from 1988, as I was I was doing internship in the university. I remember those first meetings, those first protests. Maybe it's going to take some time. It's going to take some more time. What we need, I wrote this kind of test of consciousness for the protesters. It's a great school for all the young, for everyone, because in the situations like this, we learn to put forth very painful questions. What is the fundament? What is the foundation for our opposition? We have to dig deeper. You have to reach for the source of truth, and the source of truth is the dignity of a person. It's God-given dignity. Well, I keep repeating it again and again because we have to remember the dignity, because it's been plundered and toppled and repressed. When a person feels free and the person knows who she or he is, this person is ready for anything. Remember how the narrative of the Bible said that after the birth of Jesus, there's a gap. Nobody knows how he spent his childhood, the younger years before he becomes a carpenter. And we see the action in the Bible resumes after the words of God are said. This is a son of mine. It's my son, and that's enough. He is ready to give, to carry the word of God, to heal, to talk to the skeptics, to suffer the ridicule, the persecution, and at the end, the passion and the crucifixion, and to do it without aggression. Do it in a way that changed everything in this world. And we're not gods yet, but we are called to the deeds and the deeds of God. And any tactics or any strategy, if it's not founded on the basic truths about you and about me, they can slide down. We've lived through that for 9 years. And that's why I'm happy about this Maidan. It's a personalized rally. It's not a rally that looks for idols or messiahs. It is a congregation that is focused on principles. And now what we have to look into is these principles. Is it about a middle class? Is it about the social layer? Is this the main goal of this Maidan? To strengthen the middle class? It's not about everyone being the middle class, but it's about everybody's dignity. And I started to talk about it yesterday. What does it mean to look a person in the eye? What does it mean to feel the mystery of life? We know the mystery, we feel it when we're in love, but the mystery of looking at the eyes of a child, to look at the face of Mother Teresa, of any old woman, to look at the faces of anyone in Maidan. This is where the energy comes from, because this is a place where people witness the image of God, which is in their image and in their faces and in their eyes. And this is why the world is looking at it with such attention. You can be an unbeliever, you can be an atheist, but you can never rip this spiritual DNA from within you, because it's in there, it's instilled. And times like this, challenges and tests of will and spirit like this, they make it sprout, they make it grow. And that's why I encourage everyone, the students of Kiev-Mogilyanska Academy, of all the students, of all the beautiful young people of Ukraine, don't be afraid. Just have faith, and it will be reborn. Just as yesterday's the daughter was reborn. You mean Ukraine, will be reborn? I'm just clarifying this. Okay. I have a weather forecast, and I have the news that there has just been a meeting of the 3 presidents of Ukraine and the group 1st of December. Just now we have this news coming in. Okay, share this link with me, and I will put it on the screen. So, let's cooperate. It's just that we have these complex technologies that we still have a tight grip on. Despite all the minor glitches, we're still on the air. So let me read you. Urgent news. There has just been the meeting of the 3 presidents of Ukraine, but there wasn't the current president was absent. So now, today, on the 9th of December, the 3 presidents of Ukraine, Kravchuk, Yushchenko, and Kuchma, met with the group of initiative the 1st December. Lyubomir Guzov, Miroslav Popovich, Evgen Sverstyuk, and Vadim Skorotivsky. The participants had read the address of the press service of the president to start the dialogue to resolve the crisis in Ukraine. And the decision is to maintain the unity of the Ukrainian people and maintain the state. And all the participants rallied all the sides of this crisis to not let violence escalate. But the situation that we see around is completely opposite. And the opposition seems to be not ready for the dialogue. And the president is, neither the president is ready to really start this dialogue. These are just declarations. And whether this round table will ever help, because maybe it's too late for a round table. The dialogue as a formula, as a necessary format, whether it's a fight in the family between a husband and wife. Okay, the head of the government, the head of state supported the idea to have an all-national roundtable to find a compromise. And for tomorrow, they have planned a meeting of the four presidents to discuss the most important issues. But without the initiative group 1st of December, it was well known that this meeting would take place. And one of the some of the TV channels, they said it. So this is what you see. It's going to happen tomorrow. That's what we know. So what do you think? Is this dialogue possible in this situation? And if it is, what kind of dialogue and what it should result into? As I talked just recently with Father Sviatoslav, who is the head of Greek Catholic Church, the dialogue and again dialogue. There was a constitutional assembly which should have written the law, which is headed by Leonid Kravchuk, which should have found compromises. But what we see in the end, yeah, the dialogue is a very subtle balance. But I don't see any other alternative here other than the dialogue. For me, all these are the days when we say goodbye to Nelson Mandela, a person who was waiting for 27 years. He was imprisoned for 27 years. But it is through the dialogue, through love and humor and resilience, Nelson Mandela had managed to change the whole continent. It's the same way was how Mahatma Gandhi was following, and he changed the whole Asian continent. Martin Luther King as a person who changed North America. This is a very harsh way. Sometimes it's one step forward, two steps back. But what we have before us, those are the people who changed the face of the 20th century. And it's the mission that is now on Ukraine. And I'm proud of these young people because whether they realize it or not, they're changing the history right now. We will not change the history for good with the bloodshed, because this is banal, this is a repetition of the mistakes of the past. Now, the Lord calls us to do something completely different, and we have to step over our own. The recently breaking news that barricades have been dismantled and the law enforcers are dismantling the barricades all over the perimeter of Maidan, where everything that the protesters have blocked is now secured, and the perimeter is now being dismantled so that the government and the president and the Rada can move freely. In Maidan, everything remains the same. It's a live feed from the cameras over there. We still see these two trucks with the military. So the Maidan itself is still there. We have a live feed. This is a record.
так, буквально там.
So we've seen that Maidan is there, but they dismantled the barricades.
Слідувати цим подіям, тому що так само стоять
But nevertheless, the troops are there. The troops and the trucks are there. So maybe later at night they will also want to get rid of Maidan. If there are these interior troops around. So do we have a feed from Grecian? Show us a trick. Oh, here it is. And the sound.
Добрий вечір, це громадське телебачення, мене звати Сергій.
Good evening, this is HromadskeTV.
Неподалік від будинку уряду, я вже сьогодні звідси включався декілька разів і зараз на даний момент на цю годину
Now, at this moment, there are no protesters. There are no protesters. There are only interior troops, soldiers from the Ministry of Interior. Now there's only one file of them, so about 50 or 70 people here. And the protesters are also gone. If you remember, there were about 100 of protesters who were being pushed down from time to time. Now only the troops are here. And behind them there was another file, but now once again nobody there. We can see that the barricade next to the governmental building is disassembled and they have cleared the snow there. Well, some people are working there. They are in plain clothes, and we can even see the buses on Sadova Street, the buses next to the Parliament building, because we couldn't see them before. Well, protesters here did not last long. They were pushed back to the museum. So now occasional people come, they just take pictures. There's a small group, about 10 to 15 people, but they take pictures and then they go. So nobody's here. As far as I understand, all the protesters are now assembled on Maidan, on the central square. Well, this is the situation on Grushevska Street. This is probably it. HromadskeTV, Sergey Grishin. And now we're back in the studio. Here we got also Skype from Natolka Didenko. If possible, to put her on the air. And then, meanwhile, I'll put you a picture. Hi, Natolka. Here I am.
Ой, щось такі звуки якісь ужасні. Я вас не чую.
Can you hear us? What is the situation now?
Hello.
Hello. Well, the sound is terrible, strangely.
А я не знаю, де це Романа така.
Вона в своєму метеорологічному центрі.
Well, she is in the meteorological center. Please tell her to cut the feed. Yeah, so this is usually the weather forecast. But, well, just to know what to be prepared for tomorrow. Natalka, can you hear us now? Yes. Finally, a miracle happened. When you just need to believe. Okay, Natalie. Now, Natalia Didenko, who is a weather forecast specialist, and she is usually very, very precise. And she presents the website opogodiak.ua. Firstly, I wanted to say that the active cyclone, which covered all Ukraine today and caused lots of snow, now it's moving towards
southwest. We can show the map. Yes, on this map you see the image of Ukraine. You can see that this cyclone covers mostly the south and partly the center. So the storm warning, which was issued today, says that now the heaviest weather conditions are in the south, in the east and in the Crimea. So, well, in Kiev, snowing would be less intensive tomorrow, but there would be wind in the night. Nevertheless, it will be colder. Now, already it is -4, -5, and in the morning it could be even -9 centigrade. And this dot we see here, it moves east. Yes, this is the picture from the satellite, and we see that now the powerful clouds are in the eastern Ukraine, and at night there they will have a lot of heavy weather conditions. So in Crimea wind could be up to 28 meters per second. In Kiev it would snow less. A strong wind will remain, but the frost will increase. It would be about -9. What's in the west? In the west of Ukraine, they will have some snow, it's probable, but it would be like occasional and local. So at night also some wind is possible, but I want to note that from tomorrow frost will increase. It could be up to, so it will be -9 to -16 on the 11th of December, but on the 12th of December it will be again about 0 centigrade. So harsh weather conditions and rapid changes of temperature. Yes, it's true. What about the storm warning? I want to explain what a storm warning is. For example, when there is a meteorological phenomenon exceeding a certain norm, for example, when the wind is faster than 15 meters per second, so you shouldn't be afraid of the word storm warning. It just means sometimes severe weather conditions, but this will take place in eastern Ukraine. Thank you, Natalia. We need to work on somehow on the technology so that we would do it faster. I've got a statement of the Freedom House, an urgent. I can send you the link, and I will read it for now. I send it to you. Yes, you can send me this link. Okay, so the Freedom House appeals to Yanukovych to resign. Sanctions would be taken against the officials who would keep violating the rights of the protesters and the press. The president must resign if violence increases. Washington, the 9th of December. Further application of force by the Ukrainian government would lead to sanctions from the US government against Ukrainian officials who are responsible for that. Freedom House organization announced that today, and also they call Yanukovych to resign and to announce new presidential elections, and this is the only way for the peaceful resolution. So the international community must support those brave Ukrainians who took it to the street. President Yanukovych has lost the support of the Ukrainian people and legitimacy. The president of the Freedom House says that President Yanukovych has denied association with the ES and is now no longer representing Ukrainian people. And today the government has started dismantling the barricades in the center of Kiev, and also law enforcement agencies have assaulted one of the officers of the political parties of the opposition. This is just next day after the biggest rally in the center of Kiev, and this is all after the decision not to go on with the relations with the EU. So the best solution for Yanukovych would be to announce his resignation and announce the new presidential elections. The US and the EU must keep pressing on the Ukrainian government to impose sanctions in case of violent outcome. So the rapid change of Ukrainian political course, disregard to the human rights, have now underpinned Yanukovych's legitimacy. So now he needs to resign. This was the statement from the Freedom House. What do you think about it? It was quite harsh, I would say. Yes. I would like to talk about violence, what they said. It's quite easy to take to violence, but the violence eats everybody. It eats those who initiate it as well. So I would want to appeal to all the policemen, including special police, riot police, those who represent the Alpha SWAT team, interior police, all officers, all generals, and the Ministry of Interior, the Minister of Defense, the government and the President. Do not take the sin of violence onto your soul. Today, the whole world is watching you, and the world understands the mechanisms, how the violence is kick-started. And it's not done only in the and not only in the digital way we record it, but in stone. Every deed of blood would be recorded. So I call to the wives and the mothers of law enforcement officers. I call to their neighbors, to their friends. Please raise your phone. Please take a phone number and call your relatives, call your neighbors, and tell them that everyone who issues an order to violence, everyone who adheres to such an order would be responsible in the face of God, of history, and the people. Do this favor to the person who is close to you, who is now in the law enforcement. Don't let them take this sin upon their soul, which would be the sin on the whole their generations. Because now this is the moment of light, and this would be inscribed in the golden letters in history that Leonid Kuchma did not take it to violence in 2004. Also in history, it is inscribed that Soviet Union collapsed without any war. So glory to Leonid Kravchuk, who in Belovezhskaya Pushcha was in the dialogue, and they avoided the bloodshed. So glory and honor to all the first three presidents of Ukraine, so they could pass the power without any bloodshed. So today it is your duty, if you know any person who is wearing a uniform, appeal to them and make them understand. Now the whole world is watching, and the God is seeing it all. And the God says that pity be those who shed the blood of their brothers. I wanted to speak about yesterday. Yesterday I met you on Maidan Square, and you said that actually you came here on purpose just to be present at Maidan. So, what was the the cause. I think now everybody wants to support, to take part in this solidarity and this celebration which we have, which we still have under the sky. This is a celebration of human spirit, as His Grace Lubomir said, that truthful Ukrainians are there on Maidan. Everybody wants to take part in this, and they know the benefit of it, the benefit of this participation. Those young people, even these young cameramen, yes, these cameramen and women who are standing here and smiling. In these days, change your life. You will tell your grandchildren how you volunteered on this HromadskeTV, how you were there on Maidan Square, how with the song, with the prayer, with hugs, you tried to fight evil. You see that war and bloodshed is history of generals, of emperors, of kings, of tsars, sometimes even of popes and bishops, but we understood that this is not the future. And young generation understands that. That is why dialogue is important. Your Grace, I also wanted to ask about the religious component of Maidan. We have the so-called priest tent where prayers are held, and there was a mass today on the stage of Maidan. Yesterday this People's Assembly started with the prayer, but some people say, well, I'm not a believer. Why do we have these priests as if religion is imposed on us? What can you answer? Do we have this equality? Because there are also non-believers, there are non-religious people. Well, if some person does not want to pray, nobody makes them to. They can just stay silent. We had a case in the Ukrainian Catholic University. A lot of teachers, especially on the theology department, start with the prayer. But there was a teacher who was an atheist. She's a really good teacher of logic. It's a philosophical subject, almost mathematical one. And she said, well, I cannot pray. Which we said, okay. So the student was leading the prayer, and she did not take part in it. A year have passed, 2 years have passed, so on the 5th year she said, you know, Father, actually I am praying on my bus ride, so I do not know whether I am an atheist or not anymore. So I would recommend to those who declare themselves atheists, relax, chill out. If this is a hard moment for you, well, live through this mass. But it just shows that these big communities are here with you, and they all speak for peace. Look into their eyes, and then probably this prayer would irritate you. Would not irritate you. So now we live in these strange times when we had very good things, but still we are the children of that Lenin totalitarian heritage, of that atheistic heritage, and also this Western rationalism. For example, in my so it all has limited us only to brain, and now this attention has shifted to some other body part. But anyway, this is not wholesome. a person is spirit, soul, emotions and body. In the university, for example, today we try to teach wholesome people. We treat people not as computers whom we need to program. And now, by the end of the 20th and the beginning of the 21st century, we've got this spiritual poverty because we have marginalized the understanding of God's secrets. So I don't worry. Nobody imposes theocracy or nobody baptizes people there on Maidan. We just, and a non-believer would say, well, I don't understand, dear blabber. But this all which is happening is a miracle. This is a one big miracle. Everything which happens to us. Your Grace, my last question, if Roman permits. Well, I am not the chief here. How can I permit you or not permit? Okay, anyway, my question about Europe. European values. You can, for example, hear now there are different ideas, but European values, for example, homosexualism, which is, well, allowed in Europe, and same-sex marriages. Well, homosexualism is allowed also in Ukraine as well. No, I mean there is a different level, you know, and the individuality. It's like not Ukraine overall, but personality overall. So some values of Europe could be perceived as alien for Ukraine. For example, in France, they, for example, prohibit to wear a cross openly, just as they prohibit to wear some Muslim attributes. Well, Europe is not God's heaven. Europe has its own disadvantages and crises. So we don't know who will be there in the EU in like 70 years. For example, whether Dutch people would be there, because the demographical situation deteriorates fast. And of course, like human rights and respect of personalities are there in Europe, and this is what we want to get. But of course, there is also extreme individualism, and today it causes a lot of problems. But I would like to have all those problems of Europe. If we did not have corruption, if we had good health care, if a mom with a baby who is sick would not have to think whom to bribe to get treatment, so that in schools they would not take bribes, which later would lead to global bribery and all the experts in their life. I would want that. I would want that, for example, in Ukraine, we could come to any policeman and ask any question, like, can you show me the way, or I'm lost, or whatever. But today, the image of a Ukrainian policeman, of this Berkut policeman, becomes grotesque. Of course, Europe has its problems, and quite significant, really significant problems. We need to be in Europe not only to take from them, not only to be like a civilizational parasites who suck European blood. We've got a lot of things which we could share. For example, the perception of holy, which is basically this phenomenon which is there on Maidan. Also, we have got the song. In Europe, a song is a domain of an iPod. It's something you only listen to. So we've got many things. Maybe next time I'll tell much more about this. But we shouldn't think that we don't have anything to share. Every human encounter and anyone, we don't speak about ethnos or ethnography, every encounter enriches. And our encounter with Europe would be a great celebration. It would be a meeting with the great secrecy. So when 800,000 people meet together and pray or sing, when they are united in spirit, this is a huge secret happening in our capital, in our hearts these days. And God forbid anyone who would apply violence against this mystery or sacrament, then that hand would die one day, and all the further generations would suffer. I wouldn't want to be a grandson who would later say, oh, my grandfather was in riot police and they were beating people there on Maidan. I would not want to be a wife of somebody who pushes on this mystery and sacrament. So we need to establish dialogue without any violence, and this is a prominent thing. So those people, Sverstu, Kalinovich, who in 1970s were trying to counter Soviet authorities with words, and they have given this legacy to further generations, and we also previous generations, even Boris and Gleb, the first saints who were canonized here, they did not respond with violence to violence. It was 1,000 of years before Gandhi, Martin Luther King and Nelson Mandela. This was the beginning of our spirituality, and we need to draw from that source in these days of struggle, but although I'm sure we will win. Are you from Plast? We use left-hand chained at Ukrainian Scout organizations. So thank you, and I thank all the volunteers, thank all the team. Yeah, we got lots of assistance here, and this helps with this situation. There are even people who bring us food. So let me, on behalf of all the people in Paris, tell that they finance two suppers for the whole team. Well, usually we don't have time for a supper. So I'm inviting you to Paris. If you are ready to sleep, well, there were 18 people 2 weeks ago in my house. I've got just mattresses on the floor, so up to 25 people can come. Well, this is about our editorial's office. Okay, probably once this all will be over, because now, of course, we do not have time. We work almost 24 hours, so now, for example, they are discussing who will be there on duty, because Bogdan Kutepov is in Warsaw. Yeah, usually he was doing the night watch, because we think that journalists, first of all, they have to highlight the situation, and often it's like a safeguard. I've got an important question. Well, of course, it's open for discussion, but tomorrow the presidents meet. What could be the result? Well, I think no. What no? I think no outcome would be. Well, listen, there is an interesting moment. And Mr. Boris can also answer. Kravchuk has his own experience when he resigned free time. Now he regrets that. And he told me in his interview that he would not advise Viktor Yanukovych to have free-time elections. Then Kuchma won, and he faced mass protest in 2004, and he had enough reasoning not to use violence. And there was Yushchenko, who signed with Yanukovych the memorandum. If you remember, there was the agreement that no pressure on opposition would be, which actually has led to the increase of Party of Regions. So all of them, they can share their experience. What do you think? Well, I am convinced that they would share not only experience, but some theses, no violence, dialogue. And the group called 1st December will also come and convince Viktor Yanukovych. So thank you very much. Our audience keeps increasing, and I think I just keep track of the ratings, so they paid a lot of attention to your words. Yes, actually, a lot of viewers asked the journalists not to interrupt His Grace, not to interrupt with anything, because it's important, because all the words of Your Grace, all your words are really important. But we've got some production process, there are some news coming. Yes, dear audience, often they say that we look at the screen and we don't look at the guest. But the thing is that we can only read what our editors we can only read what our editors send us. We cannot listen to them in the earpiece. So unfortunately we cannot do it in the proper way when we look at the guest, because we have to monitor what is sent by editors. It's not out of disrespect, it's just we have to, it's the way we produce. Now we'll see the interview of Mr. Turchinov. So he will tell what had happened next to Batkivshina office. So
we received this invitation. As you can see from the right, the police have cut this barricade and broke into the office of the party Batkivshina and to many deputies for action. There were unlawful searches. There were thugs, armed thugs. There was an armed robbery in our party's headquarters. They couldn't have, they did not manage to destroy these CCTV cameras because they were too much in a hurry. All of our activists, almost all of our staff were on the Maidan. There were too little people in the office. And now, as for the guards and some of the software developers who were in the server room, and we can see what's happening right there. They used brutal force. They put all those people against the wall. They threatened them with guns. They prohibited to speak out. They broke through the doors. They didn't even invite the maintenance people to help them open these doors. Why didn't they get anyone? Because they basically had no legal reason. They had no legal license to break into our office. There was a search, unwarranted search in the newspaper's office, Вечернее Вести. As for Turovska Street 15, they have no legal warrant for search, for detaining of anyone, to confiscate any equipment or documents, anything. So that's why I'm saying this was a robbery, because there were no witnesses, there were no documents filed. They broke down the doors with hammers into the server room. They simply stole, and I mean it, they stole all the servers, all the equipment that was there, not only the servers, not only hardware, where all the emails were stored, everything, all the means of connection that helped us maintain connection with our regional structures. There was our database, our mail database, everything, all the array, all the body of information, because we are the party who's been for many years in Ukraine. You can imagine what amount of information. No witnesses, no documents filed. Again, they just broke down the doors. They ripped the hardware, servers, together with wires. They ripped them out, and just as robbers do, they threw everything out the windows, out the doors, and moved it away with their transport. We will show you the CCTV record, how they did it, how they broke down these doors with hammers. You will see what's left from our server room in the partner, because that particular attack was focused on the server room and the whole database of our party. But at the same time, we hadn't only lost the huge amount of information. We lost a great deal of equipment, a costly equipment. We lost the means of connection with all our regional offices. And knowing their criminal nature, knowing their criminal traits, we understand that they are completely free to do with these servers anything they want, just the way they used to do with Yulia Tymoshenko's mail, with Vlasenko's mail. They can mingle with the information, with the information. They can tinker with it, whatever they want, and add whatever they want. So this was completely unsolicited, unwarranted a break-in. It was a simple criminal offense. It was an armed robbery, and in fact we can read it as a start of a terrorist activity of the Ministry of Internal Affairs against the citizens of Ukraine, and in particular against our party. What we see now is a real threat of acts of terrorism from the government, which is a real threat to all the citizens, because in order to maintain their power, in order to remain at power, they will not stop at anything. They are ready to do anything and even shoot, but we are ready as well, and they will not stop us with the provocations. What are your further steps? Right now, we've been documenting everything. We've been working with the law enforcers who were rather surprised as they walked through our offices. They had nothing to comment. They did some snapshots. Of course, we will file all the necessary papers to the prosecutors general, but you understand that we're facing the organized crime, everything. The prosecutors, the militia, everyone, the whole country is within the hands of the organized crime. This is a great enemy. And our only chance, we can only stand a chance if we remain on Maidan, if Maidan as a congregation remains there. And you see, the organized crime will not stop at anyone. They will confiscate everything. They will break through the people's houses. They will arrest people unwarranted, and they're completely unhinged. You have to understand it. Of course, we will be able to demonstrate everything, all the video material, all the video records on our CCTV, but only after the sacking of this government, we will prosecute all the guilty parties who made all those provocations, who robbed people, who unlawfully broke into people's offices and homes, and they will be liable. They will be held liable for everything they did.
Його принаймні колеги, фотокореспонденти львівські відомі, кажуть, що це їхній колега, фотожурналіст.
We have no secrets against anyone. We're back in the studio.
З Віденського офісу ОБСЄ дістали відповідь на питання.
Лайв, закрой лайв.
Зараз буде чути. Алло?
We have an incoming call.
Ага, а як я маю чути, Володимире?
How can I hear the phone call?
Володимире, доброго вечора знову.
Good evening, Volodymyr. You're again on air in HromadskeTV. What happened with your friend? How was he detained? The witnesses who saw it, they're telling the four people without uniforms, they were running down the street. They said a robbery, a phone was stolen, and they were asking what happened. And they detained him. They showed no documents. It happened right in the center of Lviv. People were trying to ask for the ID. They were just laughing in their face. Then they went down the street where repairs were underway. So they led him to a car. They tied him. I recorded the plate number. It was a wrong plates registered for another car, for another vehicle. Then they called for a police. They took the witness's testimony. And my relatives saw him and they recognized him. So they didn't let him have a right for attorney. So basically the whole day I did not know where my relative is. They are behaving just like pirates. Okay, we're talking about a reporter who was working for the media and who was basically kidnapped. He was a photo designer and he was a freelance reporter for the media. And he did some photo shoots in Maidan. Right on the night, on the 30th of November, where the ominous beating took place. And he had some photographs that allegedly incriminated some of the law enforcers. Okay, we understand. Where is he now? Because we've heard that he was transported to Kiev. Yeah, we have some agreement with a lawyer from Kiev. They were trying to find him in Lviv, but they were trying to find him in Kiev, and they don't disclose any information as to his whereabouts. Because the law enforcers, they don't tell anything about his whereabouts. So you don't know where he is now? No, we don't know at all. So we're expecting him at 8 o'clock in the morning in the court. because there should be a court hearing. And he was appointed a attorney, but where he is, we don't know. So thank you. Keep up a good spirit, and yeah, we have faith in you. All right, let's get back to the studio again. We've been told that the underground station Maidan is again closed for entry. It is allegedly there's a threat of mining. Okay, Joe Biden had just issued a warning to President Yanukovych to refrain from violence against peaceful protesters. There was a telephone conversation between Joe Biden and Viktor Yanukovych. During this conversation, Biden stated a great concern with the situation in Ukraine and an increasing threat of violence. He stressed the necessity to initiate a dialogue with the leaders of the opposition in order to prevent the negative developments. Okay, we have Yuri Dmitrishyn in the studio, who is the head of the project Emergency Help for Maidan. Okay, what is with the emergency with medical workers on Maidan? What's happening? Because often we've heard that there's not enough of them, then and other people are telling completely opposite. There are too many doctors, or people are saying that no, there's not enough medication. There's a strange message that there was a TB outbreak in Maidan. We just had a chief surgeon yesterday in the studio. She just said that in the cold weather, it's impossible to catch a TB. There's a much better chance to contract a TB virus in a closed space, in a confined space. Okay, I'm a curator of our project, and she's a co-organizer of our project. The Emergency Help for Euromaidan is an organization of medical workers who self-organized just with the help of mass media, without the help of mass media, just with the Facebook. Just Saturday, Sunday, we exchange messages, postings with our friends, medical workers. At 9 o'clock in the evening, we organized trainings for 50 doctors. These trainings were led by several specialists, the surgeon, neurosurgeon, traumatologist, because not every doctor will be able to work in this situation, in this kind of situation of delivering emergency help. And we can only deal first aid of a certain level. If the problem is of a much higher level, we have to call for an emergency car, for example, if we have to. So next day, over the Facebook, we were contacted by the TV channel, and thanks to the comments that people were posting, other people starting to get the word of our group's work. And so how do you call yourselves? The emergency or first aid help to Maidan. So it was a kind of a flash mob, if you like, because not all of us had a computer or a smartphone to stay in contact. So we would like to address all the medical workers in Ukraine, volunteers, anyone who can help, because we really, really need your help. There are a lot of people in Maidan, and you will never see such thankful eyes as you can see from those people who can be your patients. Doctors are let in Maidan quicker than deputies and politicians, because we have to save lives, we have to save these people. Okay, here's a page on the Facebook. There's a telephone line. So this is a Facebook page where anyone can post. We're trying to communicate as efficiently as we can. It's all volunteer work. Someone who didn't want his name mentioned had rented an apartment for us, 10 square meters big, and from December 5th we've been completely 24/7 there. And the neighbors there, they still can't quite come to grips with so many people walking through their house, and these first aids being packed and the telephone always ringing. And we even communicate to the first aid, to the 911. Okay, yesterday is Maidan of a million, the March of a Million. I personally saw 2 persons hospitalized. One next to Institutska Street. The medics just took them and transported them to a hospital. Another one was hospitalized from near those wooden buildings on Maidan. So yesterday, how did you work? How did you manage? Yesterday was more or less peaceful day, just singular problems. Of course, there's still no shortage of medication, of antiviral medications. As for traumatology, thank God we have managed to avoid some serious damage inflicted to anyone. Nobody suffered. Surprisingly and miraculously, with crowds like this, nobody suffered any serious damage. So there was just minor cases. Okay, what about those people who suffered the severe beating on the night of 30th? Okay, this is a confidential information, but our doctors, professors from all over the Ukraine, people who have more than 30 years experience behind them, they've been carrying the 24/7 shifts. Anyone who has free day or some vacant time comes to us, because it's a very hard work, because we're completely on the hotline. You have to engage anyone who has any free time, because nobody's on the regular, nobody's here constantly. We are taking shifts. And we encourage everyone who comes to us, please, if you come as a volunteer, please have a copy of passport, have a copy of your medical certificate that you're a doctor. Are there some people who are asking for this? Are the media asking? No, nobody's asking. It's just internally, so that you know, so that we know what kind of specialty, what kind of background you have. Our emergency teams are divided into groups of profile. There's a surgeon group, there are assistants, there are interns, there are therapeutes. So we try to optimize our work as best as we can. People on the hotline who are responding to the calls. Just today at 8 o'clock in the morning, a volunteer who was taking the calls, he fell asleep right on his laptop. What about political parties? No, we're completely we're non-political. Is anyone financing you? Is anyone sponsoring you from the political parties? No. We are completely independent from politics. We are reposting all the messages, all the everything that we need. We post. We're part of the trade union. We self-organize. We take the necessary medication through the trade union. From then on, we manage on our own, because it's not possible to create this the military evacuation on such a short notice if you don't have communication with so many people? Why am I asking? Because you even have a logo. I understand that this is a volunteer designed logo. Yeah, our volunteers designed it on a computer where they work. Yes, this is a non-governmental work. This is completely unrelated to politics, but it looks very good. Why am I asking? Yesterday on Sunday, on the Russian TV, there was this famous or infamous Kiselyov reporter who had a spot. I saw it in the evening. They are spreading completely hilarious lies that everything here is pre-planned, everybody is on a regular wage. Every single protester is doing this and that just because they're paid. And they even said about our HromadskeTV. And they didn't even name our title properly, because we report openly. Yes, we use part of our finances as a US grant, but yeah, indeed, some time ago we received a grant from the US embassy, but the Netherlands embassy gave us even more. But let me tell you, Ukrainian citizens gave us many times more. So this is why I'm asking you about self-financing and self-organization. Currently, we have zero on our balance sheet. We have a hard time scraping for funds to transport some people on a taxi, to hire a vehicle for. So just yesterday, a bunch of IT guys came to us and gave us 40 cards for foods for provision. So everything that comes to us goes through Facebook. We don't have our bank account, anything, and we still manage. Somebody can call us and come with some help to finance the hotline or rent a flat so that our doctors can have some shut eye or hot shower. Yeah, volunteers of any specialty, any background, whichever you can lend, every help is welcome. We have serious problems with communication. We have some 4 walkie-talkies, but as far as we understand, we have to give it back tomorrow. So we're without the walkie-talkies, and we need walkie-talkies with more than 10 kilometers of outreach, because we have people from Mariinsky Park. We have. Yeah, I understand. I have a question. So you're standing there to help the protester? No, we're not helping the only protesters. We're helping anyone who requires medical help. What if somebody from the riot police? Yeah, there were cases when people from riot police. In our teams, there was nothing like that. All of our medical workers have to understand that we're beyond politics. We fulfill our citizens' duty. So, as we understand, the riot police are relocating to the streets. They're standing there in the cold. And I don't see any medical workers, I don't see any first aid teams. And anyone from those riot police, anyone of them can fall unconscious or catch a cold. Yeah, the protesters, the people on Maidan, they're giving them hot tea. So they can, the people on Maidan can walk. can walk around. At least they don't have to stand firmly on the same spot for hours on end. But the military, they have to stand. They've been ordered to stand their ground. So, yeah, we were offering to the police, because we were telling them, our message was, we didn't come here to protest. We came here to fulfill our duty as medical workers. Because this is a serious, severe conditions with some people. Some of our doctors were holding shifts for 3 days on end. They just sat at the end of the shift, they sat down on the floor and fell asleep. So there's no TB, no TB, there's no epidemics, no anything. We're trying to give medication to anyone who needs it. There's still we still have we lack a lot of medications, and this is why we encourage, please lend any help that you can. Okay, our doctors were scraping money today, and at the end they decided to use a bank card for everyone, because we were not experienced in online money, because we're doctors, we're not financial people. Okay. Let me remind our viewers of the telephone lines that are available for anyone who requires help. The telephone numbers you see on this screen.
So, these are the hotlines. I've got another request. Where do medical people come from? Are they all over Ukraine? Yes, all over Ukraine. Did they take official leaves? Well, it depends on their capabilities. Of course, it's not easy to spend like 8 hours out there in cold, and then also spending night in some random places. It happened that they slept in some billiard club, and they had to, so there are different conditions, different possibilities for accommodation. So also, if you can provide accommodation, please tell us. We have created the informational center in Ukraine and in Lviv in order to organize this rotation of medical personnel so that we could satisfy all the requirements. Have you got medics from Eastern Ukraine? Yes, we've got people from Dnipropetrovsk, from Donetsk, so from all the regions of Ukraine. And there is also a woman who is, well, she is actually one of those who suffered the initial police violent attack, and she has a broken arm, for example. Although she is a medical personnel and she wants to provide medical assistance. Well, I know that her arm is broken, and I don't know all the details because there was a lot of information. So we still need volunteers. There are some people, for example, even those who sort medical supplies. It's a constant turnover of volunteers. Some volunteers provided vests for us, as others provided mobile phones, others. So we get volunteer help from everywhere. It's a bit chaotic, but at least it works. So this was Dmitry Grishin, the coordinator of the project called Ambulance of Maidan. And so please also inform us, because sometimes there is this disinformation. Did you have actually people with frostbites? No, we did not have. Only actually we didn't have any cases of frostbites. We just had people who felt cold, and then we give them some hot water bottles, which helps restart the circulation. And
Thank you very much on behalf of all Ukrainians.
Також хочу висловити.
Ти мене питаєш про дозвіл, а потім кажеш,
Та ні, я просто, ні, можна, Настя, просто я зауважив, що воно як в родині.
It's the conversation, it's almost like in the family. Just before the person was going to leave, there is like a last question. I would like to say thanks to all the doctors who came to us, who took part in our project, to all the doctors who were there on Maidan, because really this is a titanic work. These people could really be considered heroes. Thank you for the participation. Yuri Dmitryshin. And we've got the line from Natalka Gumenuk. Well, this is recorded, this is not live, but she will tell what she saw in Batkivshina office. So finally we show our video from HromadskeTV, Natalka Gumenuk. Internet, it's quite hard to get mobile internet, so I've been working on Turivska Street next to the headquarters of Batkivshina office, which was assaulted by law enforcement officers, and we just wanted to show you how it all happened. And now we enter the premises where the server room is located. So this is the place which had all the communications. The internet is not working at all. We can check. This is so about 5:30 today. Over the fence, well, actually they have cut the fence, and special police came in without showing any documents, and they aimed at server room. I cannot come further because it's in the cellar and the internet feed would not work further, and they have taken servers, files, documents. We actually don't have the whole list of what was taken from here, and there were quite expensive systems of countering DDoS attacks. Everything was taken out. You can see these well, prints or like holes in the walls. Also, we talked to people who were in the neighboring office. This is not the office of Batkivshina party. They didn't want to show their faces, not to have any further troubles, but they said that, well, they didn't touch women, but they have put all men on floors. We see the doors were kicked out. This also we talked to members of parliament who tried to get an explanation what actually is going on and to actually find out who was conducting this operation, but they didn't get any response. No documents were provided. Once again, I'm showing you the server room, because if we come in we would not be able to send our feed. But if you can see the result, and it is important also to note once again that there was a court resolution, but regarding a different office in the premises by the address Turivska 19B, while this is Turivska Street 13, so the court regulation was regarding a different address. Well, you have seen it all. You have heard the comments. Now you're able to see the consequences. So it all happened in just a few dozens of minutes at that time. Now studio, back to studio.
Ну, власне, скінчилося відео. Ми тут веселюся, читаю пошту.
I'm reading mail that kick Zionists and fascist Romans creeping away. Well, somebody's having fun. Okay, now we'll have a feed from the building of Trade Unions Federation. And there's an interview with Mr. Nalyvaichenko from Udar party. Good evening, this is HromadskeTV. My name is Sergey Grishin, and we talk to Mr. Nalyvaichenko. Hello. Well, you understand what is the question to you. What do you think, because you were the ex-head of the Secret Service of Ukraine in the past? Yeah, I understand. So, you see the events, you've been out there in the street. So what do you think? Will we have the assault tonight? Even when I was in law enforcement and now in the opposition, I'm in Vitaly Klitschko's team, we don't want to scare anyone. We know that we have taken our outposts, we are holding our protests at Bohomoltsa Street, just opposing the Ministry of Interior, so that the Ministry and their and other law enforcement agencies would see our requirements. And the requirement is to bring to criminal responsibility those who were responsible for beating up the people, and not to apply force against Ukrainian people who are protesting against corruption, against beating people up and violations of rights. So we are saying if some violent acts would take place against Ukrainian people who are peacefully demanding the change of government, it would be a crime against people, and this does not have and this crime against humanity would be punishable any time later. This is our evaluation on the situation. So, now, first, Mr. Klitschko was actually saying that riot police is here, and so only later he said that no worries, nobody's gonna assault. And now I see that people are still quite tense. Well, the government is trying to keep up with provocations, these phone calls that underground stations are mined or something. I can tell them, don't play with safety and security of your own people, of your own country. Well, you can use these fake phone calls about bomb threat in the underground. Well, this is your own setup. But all your law enforcement agencies are actually on duty, and their duty is to protect people. So, can there be an assault on Maidan? As far as I see, at night they will not assault Maidan. There is no any legal ground. Well, legal ground is one thing. Well, I feel you. I've got this sensation here. I sense myself and I sense normal conditions. That is why I call all law enforcement agencies to become normal, to become forecastable, to come to people at least once and to explain who is actually issuing all these orders. Who is issuing orders to police? Who was issuing orders 10 days ago? Because it should be transparent. Ukrainian police should be transparent. We get back to studio.
Там глядачі дуже активно пишуть, просто приватні повідомлення на Фейсбуці. І мені, я думаю, що кожному з нас.
And now,
легко знайти, насправді.
well, actually we are easy to find. We are transparent, really transparent. Some people say, okay, defend yourself. And I respond, so how do we defend ourselves? Should we put a tank? No. We can't defend. Well, if somebody is going to assault us, the only thing we can do is filming. Well, I hope nobody would assault us. Well, actually, there's nothing here to capture, so nobody cares about us. Mr. Briganets has written on Facebook that in Vasilkovs, troops of interior are now in trucks and trying to leave their station in Vasilkov, and they're moving to Kiev. So he's inviting to join others to block their base there. Yes, since morning, interior troops have been leaving their station in Vasilkiv, and by lunchtime they were in Kiev. Basically, those people who were blocking Kreshchatik Street, these are people who came from Vasilkiv, and just another reinforcement is coming from Vasilkiv, or a rotation. Also, I'm reading that Ruslana, the singer, demands some public protection. She asks the diaspora and international SME to take this information to all the ambassadors, international bodies, UNICEF, UN. Well, she has written on Facebook. Also, she is calling people to come to Maidan. Editors tell me that foreign press tell that Dmitry, so foreign press tells that Kiselov is a homophobe who is lying systematically about Ukraine. We also have got a piece of news about The Guardian has published an article. Well, this is basically the article about Dmitry Kiselov. Yes, you wanted to conclude this broadcast with something cool. There is also some information from EMM, Information Agency. The opposition is calling citizens of Kiev to Kripostny sideline to hold the barricades. Unfortunately, my Russian is bad, so probably you read Russian. Oh, at least it's fun. Why? Read Russian. Well, then we'll... Dmitry Kiselov. Well, I've never heard you reading Russian. Okay, I will try reading in Russian. Well, the piece of information is not so funny. So barricades at Kripostny sideline at the corner of Grushevska and Institutska are still held, despite the attacks of Titushkis and police. So there are a lot of references. I hate it when there are references and you can't find the origin of news. And there are many people there, and they say that on Kripostny side lane people sing, and they are ready to hold this problem post till the last. So they plan to hold the perimeter all night through. Well, I think there are some journalists, so we better check this information with our journalists. Well, although we have shown several times that there are interior troops there, and you know, like now it's like a music pause. I want to announce our colleague Roman Vintoniev must be proud. I want also to say thanks to the volunteers who work with us. His Grace was here and he said thanks to the volunteers. So I want to say thanks to the volunteers, this beautiful camera woman. Well, she is not really a volunteer. Well, she is a volunteer, but both a student. She is having her educational practice here. There are people who bring us food every day. Often we forget about simple stuff like food, and then food miraculously appears and we don't know what was the source of it. We don't have time to find it out, although we've got a lot of work. We've worked like over 12 hours a day. Now there is feed from Grishin. I think it's not important. If there are certain discrepancies in last names, it's not important. If there is common view and common understanding of the situation, then this is just a matter of goodwill. So he invited me to come here at Maidan. I said, okay, after my TV show, I'll come here at Maidan. So what is your impression? What have you seen? You know, what I saw is that people perceive this situation very emotionally. They perceive it with their heart, not with their mind. Some emotions keep evoking anger in people. You mean about people in Maidan? Yeah. Of course, people understand that some things were wrong, and these things need to be corrected. And I understand that most citizens in this state and the government understands that these things need to be corrected. The situation shouldn't be worsened, but we need to find ways to consensus. We shouldn't tear Ukraine apart. Do you know the story about the violence in Maidan a week ago? Well, I think excessive violence is, of course, wrong. I don't want to look into the past. This is an interview with a pro-government member of parliament. I want to look into the future and see our country united, because those violations and corruption, those human rights violations, of course everybody understands, everybody supports this. But we need to just find a way to sort it all out. You don't need to stay here till the end. You just need to start a new state. So what is your suggested idea? Well, I think that we need to talk. We need to be in dialogue and to look for the solution. And now, if you don't want to talk, then this is the start of tension. Why didn't you want to talk to those young people who were beaten? I'm ready to talk to these people. Okay, let's go. Let's go and talk.
Нехай координатор, тут координатор. Бубів! Где он? Нам его жалко, не бейте Лукьянова, пожалуйста. Ребятки, вы меня знаете, я к тебе Господа наведу, и мы переговорим. Давайте,
tomorrow, how will you explain to European representatives all the things which happened here on Maidan? Well, you know, we respect the rights of the citizens to express their positions. But I think blocking streets is not possible. Let him say, let him say. Well, so you think they shouldn't block streets? I think I'm against excessive violence. So, those children who were beaten, who's responsible? Well, you see, they demand me leaving, so I will leave probably. They don't want me here, I will leave.
Ну давайте казати, якщо ми кажемо, що медведство, то чого повинен я боятися? Ні, я розумію, що можуть бути якісь
I understand that some provocations might happen, but I'm not afraid. In this situation, I shouldn't really feel afraid. So you can go to them, you can go and talk to the protesters. Okay then. Do you support the revolution? No, please, don't put stickers on me. Why are you here then? Why are you here? I came to talk to people. So just a comment from the translator. A member of the pro-government party, a member of parliament, came to talk to the protesters. So why have your police beaten? Why did they detain all these people?
Вінниці, не втрачайте в наших очах.
Well, you have seen it all. We do not comment. This was the headquarters of protesters in the building of Trade Unions Federation. And we've got a guest. We've got a member of parliament, Mr. Lukyanov, who was invited by Mr. Chumak. Well, there were quite differences in opinions. Some people wanted to kick him out, some people wanted to talk to him, and the security didn't let him in, even when member of parliament Chumak tried to invite him in. So you have seen it all. Andriy, hello, this is HromadskeTV. We are live now. So Lukyanov was here. What is your attitude to that? What did he want? Well, he can even speak on Maidan if he speaks about his resignation from the Party of Region and if he files the complaint on violation of human rights. I think he just wanted to get some publicity. He wanted to get this picture of him being kicked out of protesters' headquarters. This was member of parliament from Svoboda party. Well, this is basically it. You see that some hot discussion is going on here, whether they should have let him in or whether they shouldn't. Well, this is a funny story. Mr. Lukyanov went to the building of Trade Union Federation, and yeah, and he uses the same rhetoric. And you've got that we are so peaceful, we're ready to talk. And you've got two versions. So, what are the versions? Probably you will say. Well, one version is that, firstly, Maidan would not be cleared violently as he came here. But there is another version that maybe they are going to they're going to dispel riots on Maidan, and members of parliament were there just to show that they are not responsible. You remember on Mikhailivska Square, after the first time police was beating up the protesters, there was another member of Party of Regions, Bondar. Well, but at that time he said that he is leaving the party, and Lukyanov is one of the strong column in the Party of Regions. Well, he has his own motivations, so... Well, what we have seen in the network, well, you can see these pictures on air. Ruslan Senichkin. Are you sure? Oh, this is Ruslan Sinichkin. Well, this is definitely Ruslan. Ah, yeah. Even Marichka Patolka is writing there in comments. So you don't believe me, you believe her. Oh, I know this guy. I know all these journalists. Well, I know all these journalists. I can't surprise you. Look. So it's quite funny. So he actually took a picture with the interior troops. And what is said there? I don't know. This is just some announcement which they put on the street, a board, and he is there with this advertising board. Actually, this is on the corner of Pushkinska and Prorezhna, where there are some interior troops, and then they just block the path to Grinchenko Street. And another picture from Facebook. Here, Beaumont. You see interior troops and trucks, and there's Beaumont. Feel the beauty on the poster. Another funny picture. And as we remember, Ruslan Sinichkin, if Michael Schur is telling the truth. Wait a second. They write that Kolesnikov and some other members of parliament are in city-state administration building. These are just my Facebook friends writing that. Well, you remember ministers were also trying to talk to people. Well, but this is a good sign. This is a good symbol. At least they come to see in their own eyes. Because, for example, yesterday, Dmitry Kiselyov in his program was just repeating everything which was said by Oleg Tsaryov. This is a deputy from the Party of Region. Also, actually, yesterday morning I was there at the Party of Regions meeting, and he was repeating same stuff. And actually all the people at that meeting were repeating the same stuff. Well, they distribute some agenda. Well, we need to say that this is happening in other parties as well, that they send their briefs to everybody so that they would bring the official proposition of the party. Also, it's my own impression. It was quite funny hearing one and the same stuff from everybody. So, if Michael Schur's producer is not lying, they created a clip which is now 120,000 views on YouTube. This is just a case. So we'll show you this clip once again. It's called Too Much. Well, this song was quite old, but they have filmed a clip recently, and we put it on air. So enjoy this music.
Повстерікони ходив до школи. Виріс в компанії і вже на стадії, коли відчув собі сили достатні ти. Пішов у вільне життєве плавання, отримав твої знання і навіть визнання. Я розумію, що твої принципи вели тебе сюди і їх не зрадиш ти. Забити на сім'ю – це позор, та бізнес твого сина – це перебор. Це гітарний перебор, Віктор. Віктор, це перебор. Вміти твердо, багато знати. Дитяча мрія збулась нарешті. І шкіри страуса у тебе є мешти. Італійських є костюмів пару. Тобі дістались ні звідки, майже на шару. Тепер у тебе є нова машина. Затонували, бронювали її відмінно. З дому на роботу, наче метеор. Ранковий корок, це перебор, Віктор.
Ми ніколи не ходили рабами у хатаїв. І тому
це гітарний перебор, Віктор. Віктор, це перебор.
Що Україна є. Україна.
Це гітарний перебор, Віктор. Віктор, це перебор. Ти виріс сильним, ти виріс здоровим, надійним папою, з собою, сім'єю гордим. З тобою родича, тебе всі бояться. З тобою здатися велике щастя. Живеш за містом, там чисто, ясно. Рибалка, полювання, завжди свіже м'ясо. Сховав себе ти за забор. Межигір'я, це перебор, Віктор. Це гітарний перебор, Віктор. Віктор, Віктор, Віктор.
Аби сказати ні Януковичу і його прихвосням. Банду геть!
Є два уточнення. Перше,
There are two things.
зараз вам скажу, я це власне кав'ярні, які приносять
Ruslan
чай і каву.
Sevinchkin will tell us now the name of a coffee shop,
То може то Сенічкін власник кав'ярні?
which will be open from the morning on. What's his name? What's his name? Chukovsky.
І
Як ще раз? Давай я ще раз покажу.
Андрій Чуковський його звати.
Андрій Чуковський.
Треба ж ввести ім'я.
Власник
Так давай
кав'ярні.
підпишемо.
So let's add some captions.
Друге, Андрій Чуковський.
So Andrei Chukovsky is the name of a person, as a coffee shop owner.
Перепрошуємо Красного Андрія Чуковського.
Так, що ми забрали в людини ім'я, просять нас не забирати. І друге, що Колесников, виявляється, був в КМДА не сьогодні, а ще тиждень тому, коли там захопили КМДА тільки.
Kolesnikov was in the town hall before. Lukyanov was the first person from the party of region to have come to Maidan.
От поки ми показували кліп гітарний перебор.
So while we were
ще 3000 людей.
showing the video,
25 тисяч.
we have 125,000 people who have seen this.
Зауважити, я щось хотів сказати, знаєш, це вже все.
Я хотіла сказати, що в Львівській області...
Лікар мені таблетки від пам'яті, для пам'яті.
Дай я скажу оголошення. В Львівській області, знову російською.
In Lviv region,
объявлено начало бессрочной забастовки. Об этом
the start of the national strike has been announced, and the strike starts from December 10th. The strikers demand the stopping of repressions and arrests, unlawful arrests. We forget to say thank those of you who aided our project financially. Because currently we have 600,000 hryvnias, a little more. So in total, the project HromadskeTV was supported by the Ukrainian citizens in a much bigger degree than the embassies of other countries. We have nothing to hide. If you have any questions, the grants doesn't make us dependent on certain content or limiting certain content. Remember, we were accused of living for grants money. Yeah, we responded. We invited him, but he didn't come. So And we thank everyone who aided us, who helped us, because we really want to form a stable foundation for this Citizens TV, and there are many ways to do it. One of them is financial support from businesses, from citizens. Because the businesses finally will understand that a Citizens TV, a normal, real Citizens TV, is the only way for surviving in a country where people only come to you when they demand the pay. So battling corruption should happen in an open space. And we've been also helped technically with equipment and by volunteers who are looking for information, who are feeding us information. This is all serious journalism. A lot of people remain behind the scenes. Let me announce another thing. Bogdan Kutemov, who was making live feeds for us, he went to Warsaw. There will be no night shift with him tonight. But there will be a night shift on our TV with Natalia Humenyuk. So stay tuned for further developments on our HromadskeTV. We'll be showing you another video now, what simple regular people are saying about what's happening. If something urgent comes up, we will interrupt the video. But one thing. Okay, just a couple of minutes and we will see it. The website of our HromadskeTV has been under attack for the whole day, but we're still online. As we say, 11 o'clock tonight, and there are a lot of people watching us. So let's say there's another thing. People are protesting against us saying goodbye. Hackers Anonymous want to topple target number 1, president.gov.ua. This is a Polish magazine, Polityka. What I wanted to say is that I've been keeping track I've been monitoring other TV channels' air and content. These slogans say Ukraine is now in a state of a fight. Here's a picture of Maidan. There are a little less people, but there are still people there. And I've been watching some TV channels, what they were airing. These photographs are now sent by Bogdan Kutemov from Warsaw. Not only our website was under attack today, there are many websites that have been DDoSed and otherwise attacked. Radio Svoboda website was also under attack. And again, hackers Anonymous have been announcing their target #1 governmental website. And we've been attacked from Krasnoyarsk region. Just to some food for thought. Our attacks against us were not done from Ukraine. So we're on a night shift. Stay tuned. There's no other option.
Ну, у вас же Майдан я вам дав. Що суддя? Ми вже закінчили, ми вже сказали до побачення. Я радий, що ви на... Можете Майдан дати.
Дайте той монолог той прибирає.
Як немає?
Так, все уже?
Стіді розмазати мало. На той азарі лучше. Не можна ті харісі дивити. Але проголосували, все, його команда постояла за Азіріком, все, прийшов. Ну, не було відставки. Як їм? Позиція. Спасибо вам. Я думала, що... Я тут на Майдані 300, я думала, що в мене не тебе це не вийде.
А чого?
Я так кричала.
Так кричали? А що ви кричали?
Все, що хочеш. На владу. Жах, жах. Таке вибрати дебела, а? Навіть треба регіонів. Навіть наші люди голосували за його. І виділи 100 гривень курва, або 2 кіля гречки. Давилася від тою гречку. Вибирається президент, а? Ще одне, моя думка. Хай я темна баба, хай я взагалі, людина відсиділа, може, зробила справу. Такий злочин.
Отстроились, и то и комфортно было. Пригодились, блин, что гарнитуры эти гарнитурами, а в итоге получилось. Ну, то есть просто 2 сетапа у нас на перевод в студию и перевод наружу.
На розі кругло-університетської лютеранської. Ось всі сьогодні трошки турбуються, що буде відбуватися далі. Насправді ми бачили, багато людей вже відходили звідси, але чимало і лишилося. Я буду просто показати, тому треба ось так показувати. Ми показуємо громадське. Ось що відбувається зараз тут. Ось завалена дерев'яними балками барикада, стоять спецпідрозділи МВС, вони з відкритими обличчями в шоломах. Тут залишаються люди, гріються, залишаються. Ми зараз з кимось поспілкуємося обов'язково. Ну, трошки подивимося, розгледимося. Громадські, так. Хочу подивитися, що зараз в цей час. Я можу сказати, що я працюватиму сьогодні в нічній варті з 12-ї, щоб протягом кількох годин показувати все, що відбувається у цьому урядовому кварталі, який був оточений цієї ночі до сьогоднішнього дня барикадами, а також на Майдані Незалежності і Хрещатику. Зараз просто треба говорити з людьми, треба йти. Ось тут є намет, де люди гріються. Так. Хтось мені... Так. Ось бачимо, тут людей годують. Скажіть ви, тобто це остання барикада, да? Ви тут надовго залишаєтеся, збираєтеся залишатися? До перемоги. Прямо на цьому місці, що не розбирали, не розібрали? Можна. Ви зараз це годуєте? Та ні, нам працювати треба, ми їсти будемо вже завтра. Ось ми бачимо, так, дивимося далі. З дерев'яних палок ось ця складається загорожа. Хочемо подивитися, ну насправді головне це адміністрація президента, яку охороняють. Ми насправді мусимо сказати, що не так вже й багато охоронців, співробітників МВС тут. Я також мушу сказати, що я перед тим обійшла, ну не так, щоб велику територію, метро не працює, на станції Майдан Незалежності і Хрещатик, там не можна вийти, і на пересадках дуже-дуже довгі зупинки. Тобто, щоб перейти з однієї лінії на іншу, тому добиратися зараз в Києві громадським транспортом підземним доволі непросто, але все одно цілий день дуже довго не працювало взагалі метро, тому це вже набагато зручніше. Зараз спробуємо, давайте ще далі будемо спілкуватися з людьми. Добрий день. Ой, я не хочу вас чекати, ви їсте смачного вам. Давайте краще не будемо, давайте далі підійдемо до людей. Подивіться трошки. Ось, що відбувається на останній барикаді. Ну, намагайтеся зігрітися. Ну, вважаю, оце найголовніше таке місце, тому що ось тут тримають якби барикаду. Я думаю, що ми трошки розгледілися на цій території і просто ще кілька годин працюватимемо у Києві, і тому я передам слово студії і будемо показувати в ефірі громадського, що відбувається сьогодні вночі в адміністрації, Київській міській державній адміністрації, в будинку профспілок, по всьому периметру, де залишаються учасники акції протесту. Студія. Хочу сказати, що ми з громадським продовжимо нашу все ж таки перервану трансляцію і просто покажемо, як люди спілкуються з співробітниками МВС про погоду, про те, що сталося з хлопцями, які знепритомніли, про яка була така чи то чутка, чи то інформація. внутрішніх військ, МВС, які ось з відкритими соломами стоять за цією останньою барикадою, і з ними спілкуються люди, які залишаються тут ночувати. І цікавий зміст розмови. Я не дуже хочу наближатися ближче, щоб якби не трошки не дуже хочу співробітники МВС, звісно, щоб їх там показували дуже близько, вони тоді перестають говорити, але ось розповідають, запитують про те, що сталося з тими хлопцями, які, можливо, були непритомніли хлопцями з силових структур. Була така інформація, невідомо чи чутка. Також кажучи, також мусовики сказали, що вони тут не з власної волі, так би сталося, вони просто виконують накази, і це правда. І так само ось люди, які залишилися, розповідають, що про події в Таїланді, наприклад, про те, що там уряд пішов в відставку і впродовж, тому що протягом певного часу відбувалися так само мирні демонстрації, кажуть, що в Таїланді пішов, що ж нам стояти тут довго, ми вже втомилися, даваймо. Ось це те, що поки ще немає 12-ї, ще насправді можна дуже довго слухати, і я думаю, що просто технічно дуже складно передати зміст цих розмов, але такий гарний настрій. Тут вам люди, тут вони грають на якихось на пляшанках. Але найцікавіше це дійсно розмова. Ось та будівля, я думаю, вже всіх вивчили, що це таке, це будівля президентської адміністрації. Ось, ми трошки ближче підійдемо. Я, якщо чесно, особисто я не дуже люблю влізати в таку ситуацію. Ми розуміємо, що відбувається розмова, люди спілкуються. Ми так послухали, про що говорять. Настрій нормальний, хлопці посміхаються. Люди так само. Знаємо, що сьогодні було багато подій, я обсужу, сьогодні було чимало подій, але так же сталося, що мені не довелося бути присутніми під час якихось таких більш агресивних речей. Просто зазвичай люди стояли, ми зараз бачимо тільки одного. Так вон же. Підрозділу масті, решта з відкритими обличчями, шоломами. Скажу, що зараз вогко, холодно, але не надто холодно, тому можна спокійно протриматися. Ми не будемо, я зараз перериваю на певний час нашу, так би мовити, онлайн-трансляцію для громадського з вулиці Лютеранської Банківської, біля адміністрації президента. Бачимо, погано трошки видно, тому що падає мокрий дощ, він так само нам об'єктив закриває, але крім того всього, ми з 12-ї, сьогодні в нас буде нічна варта, традиційна наша. Сьогодні багато очікувань, але ми щоночі чекаємо і так же стається нічого. Впродовж останнього тижня ніяких критичних речей не відбувається, і краще знову ж таки так. Що там? Я думаю, ні, все спокійно. Приїхала машина, люди, звісно, тобто, якщо щось відбувається, всі реагують, всі підходять, за паркан трошки комусь, можливо, нічого, приїхала просто машина. Бачите, будь-який рух викликає якусь цікавість. Громадські з вами з 12-ї ночі, впродовж кількох годин, дивіться, будь ласка, нашу нічну варту, не тільки з вулиці Банківської, а й з усіх, так би мовити, околиць довкола Майдану. Наталку Лимонюк, і далі. Ми вам будемо розказувати, далі спілкуватися з людьми, підготуємося технічно, щоб зробити це найкраще.
Часто был звонок вице-президента США, типа, будете стрелять, будет там пиздец, может быть, и наша капелька там легла. Так что был, типа, это тезис, типа, максимально после воспитания, по всем официальным структурам. Потому что, типа, никто не стримил за европейцев вообще, сегодня вечером. Я один канал делал. Поэтому, похоже, мы оказались в нужном месте. машину заказывал? Я сейчас закажу. Или есть какое-то такси вменяемое? Есть какой-то ресурс, я думаю. Просто я уже волонтер, так я волонтер, поэтому. Сейчас я просто думаю. Сейчас меняемость да, несколько версий. У меня просто летняя резина на сегодня уже решили. Да, не, машина стоит дома. Сам почему-то. А завтра вообще как? Ну, то есть... Моя задача была на момент накала не приезжать. Я вообще сюда с этим пришел. Если это был пиковый момент, то я думаю, потом, ну, ребятам надо уже... Я думаю, что пиковый момент впереди. Да? Там лучше. А я думаю, что нет. Потому что если бы он был впереди, то он был бы сегодня. Почему? Почему ты считаешь, что впереди? Ночь, тебя не потянули, может, мало силы за снега хреновый. Ну, чего? Если что хотели валить, валили бы сегодня. Что мешало? Чтобы, точнее, не знаю, звонок Байдена, если был настрой, типа, дошло просто уже, если вице-пресс звонит, типа, то я думаю, что просто... Да, этим людям начхать вообще на всех, на вице-пресса, вообще, верно. Вообще ну, а как, чем ты тогда объяснишь остановку процесса? Не остановились. А, в смысле, ночь еще не закончилась? Да, конечно. Блядь, на самом деле ты прав. Так по-хорошему нам сидеть до упора? Давай. А что это изменит, да, если мы транслируем это ночью? Получим 5 миллионов просмотров, можно за статистику, то есть это никак не повлияет никуда. Разве что наш стрим реально, ну не знаю, сейчас выйдем на CNN. Вот сколько там сейчас людей? На Майдане? Немного. Немного. Но там есть огнестрельное оружие. Не, ну оно может и есть. Но это все равно... Неизвестно еще. Ну пока что все, то есть если не будет материала, то да. Возможно, мы останемся до упада, до утра. Если мы запостим наши окна сейчас в линке, договоримся с кем-то, чтобы нас запостили на европейских медиа, на их страницах, просто на всю ночь, тупо вот эти камеры, каким-то образом это согласовать. И мы бежим на стендбай. Если что-то начинается, мы будем первым, чтобы типа официальные инстанции узнают, что происходит, и никто мне больше не сообщит. Если мы остаемся в режиме ожидания, просто скажем 2 часа совершенно например, и просто тут режим шелуха. И сейчас мы на европейцев, чтобы не просто взглянули себе в то. Если это пойдет в Шумайдан, мы увидим издалека, что начинается движение, правильно? То есть будут какие-то там минуты 5-10. Может Обама посмеется. Нет, не знаю, я тоже считаю, что мы еще не проще. Я сейчас вот Первый миллион. Получается, у нас статистика, да? Да. Андрей! На английский номер там пишет. Вот он сидит. Ищем. А, вот, я тебя не вижу. Кто-то остается. Сейчас, Олег, секундочку, да. Сейчас я выключу микрофон. Сейчас я уберу момент.
Отже, замерзли, ми біжимо по вулиці.
Скажите, что...
Раз.
Я только что, да, был. Есть сигнал.
Раз.
Да, есть, поднимается до 10.
Раз.
Окей, еще раз скажите.
Раз.
Я имею в виду, ну, то есть по этой шкале. Но поднимает... Другая метка, она поднимается 30, 20 до 10, а надо до 7 где-то, да, чуть выше. Еще, говорите, что это.
Говорю. Нормально?
Залишилось тільки Беркут і трошки, от бачите, ці працівники комунальних служб.
Угу.
Депутаты.
Да?
Алло, раз, да. Hello everyone, we are back. We apologize, we've been experiencing some technical difficulties, but now we are back. And this is a live feed from Kiev protests.
Блин, у меня же задержка.
Прямо сейчас в эфире показывают? Да.
This is now live. This is live on the air. This is the corner of Luteransk and Bankova.
Будет рвать, ничего страшного. Все, мы настроили, теперь все такие.
There's protesters chanting slogans. Down with the gang, down with the gang. Down with the gang. Down with the gang. And they keep repeating the same slogan, down with the gang. Down with the gang. Together until the end. We stand together until the very end. This is another popular slogan that they're chanting. Together shall we stand until the end. This is my friend Alexander Tushinsky. Hello. There's one more friend of mine, Alexei Solodunov. Alexei Solodunov is a very famous cameraman, and he's done a lot of very excellent work as a cameraman, and the other person is he's directed a film about recent events, apparently. So we're here now. We stand here on the corner of Luteransk and Bankova. There's an estimated 13,000 people down on Maidan. This is the last stronghold of the so-called government district. As you may know, there were more, but all the other camps have been destroyed. At Institutska and our colleagues, there's basically all our colleagues are here.
Do you know me, Conrad?
Fantastic, yeah, Mustafa.
Yeah, because
this is really great.
Okay, this. A question to you, by the way.
Do you remember this guy? Давайте познайомимося. This is Ivan Mirny. Do you know Ivan Mirny? Ivan Mirny is the head of security of Dmitry
Peaceful. Mirny is peaceful, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, he's peaceful.
Это запись, это было уже, ребят.
По-друге, він не дивиться трансляцію. Треба слухати Іллю Безкоровайного, який вам сказав, що транслювати. А ви трохи щось... Це плохо, що ви не знаєте, що у нас тут екшен, а ви, типа, а ви показуєте чорне поле. От Сергій Лещенко. До речі, включіть, будь ласка, нас. Дякую.
Что за власть пошла по беспределу? Обидели стандарты, не хотят начать. Давай.
Ти розумієш, це дуже жорстка.
Стой! Замри!
You stand still.
Это Свободовский? Это это Свободовский.
На ударах, там было вообще мрачнее.
А на які саме? На Богомольця? На Богомольця? Блін, ударівці навіть прийшли депутати, такі стали, постояли, навіть намагалися кудись протиратися. Так. Але ми не... Але може...
So there's Sergei Leshchenko here live. So do you think that there's really no point in keeping up this blockade any further? But it's just, yeah, it has been causing quite a fair degree of inconvenience to people as they move about, either on foot or by car. That's we. So we are on the air. Yeah, we are just bickering here, live on the air. We were standing at Bogomoltsa. There were 300 riot police. Sorry, it's coming by fits and starts. There was a camp set up by Udar, but they simply left it. So it appears they have wasted this opportunity.
Постраждали, а не поранені.
Ну, постраждали. Так принаймні стверджує медична служба. І один поранений пенсіонер. Його
And there apparently is one riot policeman who's been injured. It appears he simply fainted. He must have got a shot of tear gas and fainted.
У нас був європейський табір, європейські розібрали по-європейськи. Володя постояв, це дивився. Нічого не розумів, старшого Кричка взагалі не було. Не бачив. Може він спав. Це було реально треш.
Ми прямо в ефірі випускаємо.
Знаєш, що прикол? Ти не був у нас, не треба. Ні, ну я тільки про вас не був. Ну я не мог.
А ми були там, ми були.
Да, а я пройшов так от все.
А ми розказуємо про наші бойові досягнення.
So we're just recounting our recent events. It's all live on the air. I don't know if anybody is watching. So what do you think? What does your gut feeling say about tomorrow? So Yanukovych apparently expects all camps will have been cleared by tomorrow morning, and he's probably going to come to his office to the presidential administration building.
Ще вимотання влади. Уявляєш, скільки вони стягнули цих військових? Скільки, тобто виходить, що вони тут відстояли 3 доби, тепер, значить...
It's, then again, it's put quite some strain on the government in terms of maintaining such a pretty large garrison here for 3 days in a row. And then again, it's this kind of rallying will not be able to sustain itself on a long-term basis. It's something that works only in the short run. And then again, this has been tried before. If you recall, the 2002 rally organized by Yulia Tymoshenko at that time, it was pretty much the same setup. They spent a full day here, but from a long-term perspective, do you think it is worthwhile to continue this modus operandi? No, we should probably change it, and we should go to we should probably go to the president's country residence. This we are. This man is calling somebody Judas Iscariot. There's money being paid to people, and it's those titushki, the mercenary thugs that. There was Mr. Kasuk, one of the chief commanders of riot police that was here only a moment ago. And all elections have been rigged. And money has changed hands in each and every one of them. Where are you guys from? Where are you from? Are you how should I refer to you? Why are you hiding there in the dark? You are just great guys. This is the way to refer to you. Are you titushki? Are you mercenaries? Are you? We thought you were the people responsible for clearing the snow and stuff, but you don't look like utility company people. They're wearing sports suits. They're quite pumped up, looking quite beefy. They don't look. This is child labor. Are you of age? Are they abusing child labor here? What? Why are those people here busy moving those slabs around? So wait a minute. This is those tents. They were somebody's property, and somebody just came in and removed them. Who's going to face liability for that? This was somebody's property. It's not that it belonged to somebody. So okay, you're loading all this debris onto lorries just to take away, right? There's people disassembling those tents here. Quit pushing me, please. Okay, I'll be happy to testify if need be. If there's an investigation. He just pushed me on purpose, but he made believe he just tripped over something, but he ended up pushing me. This is the way to a good excuse. If they want to provoke people into some action, then they end up trying to put all the blame on the ones they're trying to provoke. You see, all these are not just debris. All these are high-value items. They cost money. You see, there's boots here. There's clothes. It's all clothes. It's sleeping bags. And a sleeping bag is quite an expensive item. It's maybe 500 hryvnias would be the price tag on one. I don't know. They are packing it up. Where they're going to take it, I don't know. But mostly it's like they probably will take it to a dump. Look here, there's some cutlery, there's some trousers there, it's some blankets, it's all property. It must have belonged to somebody. There's bottles of water there.
все-таки на
He says they're going to take it to a dump. It's okay. Maybe the regime needs all this stuff.
Дивіться, тут навіть є якісь, бачите, от будуть зараз банки, от якісь.
There's some
Нам зараз камеру розіб'ють.
jars there.
Бачите, тушківка, тобто люди тут так серйозно укріпилися.
There's canned food. It looks like quite a depot of provisions and shoes. Okay, if you want to keep any of it, go ahead. Be my guest. Can we just claim some of this stuff? No problem. Okay, we will at least just put some of that stuff aside, just to. Let's just put anything we can salvage into bags. So it's now all that stuff is currently being loaded onto lorries to be taken away. And there's apparently people with the Ministry of Emergencies. They are sawing away at what remains of the barricades. We'll now show you what's left. There's some clothes, there's some blankets. Apparently to be disposed of or taken to a dump. There's apparently pieces of a broken helmet. So what is your best guess about tomorrow? This would be, in fact, it's a long war, and this was a tactical move just to try to test the adversary. It's not something that can work in the long run. And then again, the traffic situation is quite bad. This morning, the density of traffic jams was 10 on a scale from 1 to 10. Back in 2002, Yulia Tymoshenko at that time set up a rally, a camp here, and pretty much along the same lines. It's basically, it's good, but it is a short-term solution. It can maybe work for a day or two, but not what needs to be done. We need to send people to the presidential residence, which is outside Kiev, and see some of the other key people, visit them. So this is what remains from the last stronghold on the corner of Bankova and Luteranska. There's buses still parked close to Bankova. А это что, какая-то запись? Это же уже было только что. Ну вот это вот уже шкаф, который говорил, что Юля в 2002 году, палатка, это же уже было. Ну как бы я же это слышал уже. Не, ну может быть до этого. Who are you? Who are these people? They are municipal workers. So there's municipal workers, there's riot police, and interior troops. So how many people are there? Of uniformed officers? How many on this particular spot? There may be 400 people here. Have there been any injuries? There was one person who got poisoned with tear gas. He got a straight shot in the face, and there was one person who was taken to hospital of the uniformed officers. So the objective was to stay clear of violence. And, do you think you have delivered? Yes, we have delivered. No violence has erupted at any of the
сказати, скільки постраждало з того боку.
I can't say, estimate the casualties on the other side, but I can assure you that anyone who has sought medical assistance has got it.
Це тут уламки від шолома десь.
It looks like pieces of a broken helmet.
Завтра, наприклад, знову
Треба
поставити.
нове, треба тепер в Межигір'ї, то, наприклад.
Now we need
Що
to
за Межигір'я?
Ні, ну треба, да,
Давай
зараз,
заспокоюй.
хоче за...
to go to Межигір'я, the president's country residence.
Паркані, на інститутській.
Да, Олег. Олег, привет, это Андрей, давай еще раз. Привет. Да.
Кто отключается?
Наташа там не стримит сейчас? Понял. Ну тогда... Понял. Сейчас у нас 4:30, то есть... Да, сейчас я попытаюсь. Но если у него сделать, ну, то есть я понял, а там на месте, может быть, есть там смысл как-то людям там передать, что если такая тема, то может есть смысл откатиться на исходные позиции на Майдан и на основные баррикады, потому что... У нас на картинке вообще ничего, а на камере на основной Майдан. То есть вы что угодно. Да, Майдан сверху с Украины и все. И там... без всяких картинок и звука. А что там с этой самой, с КМДА? С администрацией? Там
от такі от підсумки сьогоднішньої останньої блокади. Та й ми взяли і
So
це
that's
про спілки, це все, що залишилося.
pretty much what's left
Біля Банкової.
of the camp on Bankova. And those people who introduced themselves as municipal workers said that all of the debris would be taken to a dump. Tune back in later in the morning, and tomorrow Miss Catherine Ashton and Victoria Newland are coming to visit with Mr. Yanukovych. Да? Угу. Что? В смысле? Мне на Нивке.